Attorney George, you ready to proceed?
Yes, we are.
Attorney Worthington, you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to call the meeting to order. Today's date, 23rd September 2020. Time is 1900 approximately. We'll start going around the tables. Everybody will introduce themselves. Why don't we start with?
Thank you. My name is Louis George. I'm the law firm of Hassett and George. I represent Mark and Carol Bell. And with me is Jeff McDonald, also from the firm, and sitting with the Thomas Witherington, representing the town of Hartland. Megan Winslow, per se.
For the record, my name is Sean Higgins. I'm the hearing citation officer. I'm under the impression we're only going to have Jen Avalan and Scott Eisenhower as potential witnesses this evening. That's correct.
So, yeah, be turned up, please. The audience is not, the microphone be turned up, is that possible? Sorry.
Go ahead. So other than the two enforcement officers, we're not going to be, the town of Hartland's not going to be presenting any other witnesses or potentially any other witnesses, is that correct?
No other live witnesses. We do have two affidavits that are part of our exhibit.
Can't hear you.
Understood. We got two speakers. They're facing in the direction of the tent. If you can't hear us, this is the best we're going to be able to do. You're going to have to move. I would also ask that members of the gallery please remain quiet. There is no public input at this hearing. It is strictly between the town and the respondents and the appropriate attorneys. Thank you. Attorney George, do you plan on bringing forth any witnesses or the potential witnesses?
We're not sure at this point in time. If so, it'll probably be one person.
Okay. All right. If that's the case, then at this time I'm just going to swear the oath to those present. If you would please stand. I need you to raise your right hand. You solemnly and sincerely affirm that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth upon penalty and perjury. Affirm that I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. As discussed previously, we have an order, so Attorney Worthington, if you would, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First, I'd like to provide you, Mr. Higgins, with a copy, a certified copy of the notice of violation letters as required by the ordinance and relevant statute. We have copies in the exhibit book, but this is a certified copy. We had discussed making brief opening statements. I'll try and keep mine very brief. I would like to reserve the right to summarize the evidence at the end of the hearing. The town is here on two notices of violation. Initially there were three. We have withdrawn, and for the record I'll state that the inland wetlands notice of violation, or the notice of violation regarding a violation of the inland wetlands regulations, is withdrawn. The remaining two violations concern, first, the violation of the zoning regulations of the town of Hartland. There are two parts to that zoning, to that alleged violation. The first is an allegation that the respondents, Mark and Carol Brault, were conducting a business enterprise at their property at 217 Highview Road in Hartland. That property is zoned R1 rural residential, and the conduct of a business is not allowed, at least a business of the nature that they're doing, which is a commercial business that involves paying tourists onto the property to view bears and other wildlife, is not allowed under the zoning regulations. That's the first aspect of the violation of the zoning regulations. The second is that there are structures on the Brawls properties, the respondent's property. Those structures include a bathroom facility with concrete pavers, wood. It's constructed of wood. It's a fairly substantial structure. In addition, there is a structure on the property for viewing bears. That's been called the bear box or the bear blind. And there are other structures on the property, including what appears to be an animal viewing blind in a tree, and other unidentified structures. None of those structures are allowed under the zoning regulations of the town of Hartland. None are fit within the definition of accessory structures as defined by the zoning regulations of the town of Hartland. So those are the two alleged violations of the zoning regulations. In addition, we're pursuing an alleged violation of the animal feeding ordinance, which was passed just in August of, or adopted in August of 2019. And we intend to present evidence that it's a bear feeding ordinance which prohibits the feeding of bears or providing them with other attractants, and we will present evidence that that was done at 217 Highview Road in violation of the ordinance.
Thank you. There are two allegations against Mr. and Mrs. Broe. I'd like to give a little background on Mr. Broe. He is a conservationist. He is a wildlife enthusiast, and he's a wildlife expert. He's worked with the state on numerous projects regarding wildlife, and he is presently working with the federal government, U.S. Department of Agriculture, on this property and has been over the last 3 or 4 years. They are out to the property on a regular basis, as recently as probably 4 weeks ago. Mr. Broe enjoys wildlife, has worked with wildlife his entire life. He is an inventor of environmentally protective items involving wildlife. He bought this property 10 years ago with the idea of improving the habitat for wildlife. Not to develop it into homes or anything like that, but to keep it as an open space area. He worked with the Department of Agriculture on a grant that was he was recommended to work with the Department of Agriculture from the Department of Environmental Protection for the state. He was given that grant, and that grant was to improve the habitat for wildlife on that property. It included berries and plantings and bushes and cutting of various areas. One of the most important parts of the grant were to help protect and improve the wildlife for the endangered cottontail rabbit, which would include brush dens and different things like that. As a result of that work, the results of that work have been very, very favorable, beyond the expectations of what the federal government thought. And since that has occurred over the last 10 years, Mr. Broe thought that it'd be great to share that with citizens and people as to what he's done on that property. It's all natural. He's not feeding and attracting bears with artificial means. The misinformation and allegations are simply not true, and I don't think that when you really look at what is going to be presented, will you find that he has done anything in violation. In fact, he's probably done more than most people in this room with regard to protecting the habitat and wildlife in this town. With regard to the business claim, that running a business in an R1 zone, an educational institution is allowed by right in this zone. An educational institution is teaching within a particular area. You will see, even from the exhibits that are going to be presented by the town, that it was an educational endeavor that he attempted to start. He called it Nature Havens. He alone is the owner of that LLC. He alone is the owner of the property, and he alone is the one that was attempting to work in this area. I think it's important to note that this started in April of 2020. There have been probably 10 to 15 people that have actually come to the property before the cease and desist was issued. They saw videos. They were taught by a certified biologist, field biologist, and his goal was to share the habitat, which included beavers, bobcats, deer, birds, all of these types of wildlife, and there were various PowerPoints and things to present. He did it under a tree, and since you will see that since the cease and desist that nothing has occurred. He's waited to get to this point. He thinks he has the right to do that, but it's waited and nothing has occurred since that point. So with regard to why we're here in the citations, I think the evidence that should be confined to what has occurred since the cease and desist. In addition, with regard to the structures, there are no permanent structures that have been alleged on that property. There was a hunting blind that's been there for 10 years. It is not, nothing has changed on it. It's hardly ever used. There is a shed that he uses for household products that does have a washing station, and he does have a portable toilet that is removable, none of which is discharged into the ground, which we can show and will show. So with regard to structures, there's nothing that is not accessory to a residential use on that property, and nothing has been used with regard to a business venture. And we do think he has the right from an educational standpoint to show people and bring people to view the habitat. And with that, we will wait to see what the town has. Thank you.
Attorney Worthington, anybody to present?
Yes, first I'd like to, if I can, go through the exhibits that are in the exhibit finder that I've provided to you and to council. And what I propose to do is identify them for the record. They're numbered consecutively, and they relate to both violations, but I've put the zoning violation exhibits first, and the bear feeding violation exhibits second. So Exhibit 1 is a copy of the notice of violation, citation, and cease and desist order dated July 29, 2020 for the zoning, the violation of zoning regulations. Exhibit 2 is a letter from former counsel for Mr. and Mrs. Brault, Michael Broderick III, requesting a hearing. And that's dated August 6, 2020. And that, again, that relates to the violation of the cease and desist and notice of violation with respect to the zoning, violation of zoning regulations. The third exhibit is a copy of and before I continue, I understand that Mr. George may want to comment at some point on the exhibits. I'm more than happy to hear the comments as we go through them rather than wait till I finish. So I'll invite you to speak up if you have something to
He's going to introduce every exhibit, and you can question as you want, if you want to go as you go along.
I'll raise my concern with it, and then we can determine how we want to handle it.
Yes. Okay. So Exhibit 3 is a copy of a certificate of organization for Nature Havens LLC, which is the name of the limited liability company that is operating the business at 217 Highview Road. It identifies the business's principal office and mailing address both as 217 Highview Road. It identifies Mr. Brault as the sole member or as a as the managing member, or simply as a member of that limited liability company. This also contains in box number 4 something called an NAICS code, which is NAICS stands for North American Industry Classification System. And it has a code which identifies the nature of the business that Nature Havens LLC is involved in, and that is identified on this document filed with the Secretary of State as an arts, that the business is engaged in arts, entertainment, and recreation. And then there's a subcode which says nature parks and other similar institutions. Exhibit 4 are excerpts from the North American Industry Classification System, and I've provided the cover and the forward for that document. It's several hundred pages long, and it didn't seem appropriate to use the whole thing. I've also attached page 513 of that document, which provides an identification for educational services. That was not used by Nature Havens to identify the nature of its business. Instead, Nature Havens used the arts, entertainment, and recreation designation, which is on page 543, and identified as Sector 71 in the NAICS classification system. And I've also included the page which discusses the code for nature parks and other similar institutions. Exhibit 5 are 4 pages from a website maintained by Nature Havens, which identifies what it calls field courses, describes those courses, and shows the fees that are charged by Nature Havens for those courses. Exhibit 6 is a Facebook screenshot of a Facebook page posting by Nature Havens on April 23rd, which includes a reference to a locked private bathroom for visitors, and also identifies the owners as a dynamic duo, including a PhD evolutionary biologist whose Princeton doctorate included work with pandemic disease transmission. We believe that is Charles Munn, who was in the town of Hartland 2 years ago, in 2018 and in 2019, trying to start an ecotourism business. And he's identified on this page as a partner in this business. It's Exhibit 6. Exhibit 7 is another screenshot of a Facebook posting by Nature Havens on June 20th, which says its opening day. Exhibit 8 is the affidavit of a visitor to the Nature Havens facility, Barbara Douglas. She paid for and attended a bear field course at Nature Havens on July 7th, 2020. And attached as exhibits to that affidavit are an email exchange between her and certain persons representing Nature Havens, neither of whom are Mr. Brault.
I also have a concern.
Just let me finish.
Oh, on that one?
On this one, yeah.
That's fine.
It also includes information provided to Ms. Douglas about the American Black Bear Field Course and where to meet, which includes a reference to 217 Highview Road as the location of Nature Havens. And then Exhibit C to that affidavit are a series of photographs that were taken by Ms. Douglas when she attended the Nature Havens course on July 7th, 2020.
I do have a concern. It's a fundamental element of fairness that you have an opportunity to question and talk to someone who's making an allegation here, an affidavit being submitted. We have no opportunity to communicate with Barbara Douglas as to specifically what she saw, what these photographs are about, and get a little deeper than an affidavit that is set up as finely tuned as it can be by the town. So with regard to that, I don't think that the affidavits should be properly before the hearing officer. It does not give us any opportunity to question, and there are a lot of questions in there. And there's another affidavit later on with the same concern.
So your contention is, sir, that because the person that supplied the affidavit in lieu of being here is not here in order to be questioned, what kind of questions would you have for Barbara Douglas if she was here?
Well, I'd certainly want to know where she was. I delve into a lot of the educational class, specifically what was done, because that is one of our concerns. There are pictures there. I delve deeply into some of the pictures and what some of the insinuations are with regard to the pictures, where she was, who else was there. And you know, I've only seen this once in the last few minutes, so I haven't gone through it in detail, but that's what I would do as she was asked questions. I would develop my questions in response to dig a little deeper. And in this case, we can't ask her anything. We just have to take it at face value. The pictures you're looking at now with regard to the structures, I have a lot of questions on them with regard to those things that we know about that she may or may not know about.
Is there a question in regards to what is being depicted in these photographs? Do you feel that there's some type of subterfuge going on here, that perhaps they're not representing accurately what's on the property or about the property? Is that a problem?
Yes, for example, with regard to the bathroom, we have a photo that will show that that's a portable bathroom. If you look at this right here, it appears that she's stating that there is a separate bathroom. First of all, it's not a separate locked bathroom. It's under a tarp on a side wall that's up there. That toilet comes right up. You can pick it right up. There's no plumbing or anything with regard to that. And both of those, both the sink and the toilet fall into the same category. But that's an example of what's going on.
If I can just briefly respond, Mr. Higgins.
Turn to
Yes. Mr. Brault is here, and he can talk about, if he believes that there are misrepresentations in these photographs, he can be asked about that. It's obviously not our intention to misrepresent anything. We're trying to get evidence before you. We don't have the ability to compel the attendance of witnesses at this session. This is not a trial. The statute that authorizes this proceeding says that the hearing officer shall conduct the hearing in the order and form and with such methods of proof as he deems fair and appropriate. And it specifically says that the rules regarding admissibility of evidence shall not be strictly applied. So, obviously, Mr. George's comments are not evidence. But he does have a witness who can present evidence if there are any issues with any of the statements or in any of the evidence that we present. I guess it seems like all you need to do is say something.
It's a matter of fairness, as stated right within the statute on the hearing. The town is making allegations and citations and fines with regard to our town.
Here we go.
You gotta slow that thing down. You gotta slow it down.
As I was saying, there's a fundamental fairness within this hearing. Although the rules of evidence are relaxed, and I understand that, but there is some fundamental fairness. The town is making these allegations. My client is paying money to be here and defend these claims. The town should bring the people forward so that they can be properly questioned if they have these allegations. More importantly, we have this affidavit, but the next one talks about GPS coordinates and a lot of other items that we don't have the opportunity to question.
We'll take them one at a time.
Okay.
And again, because of, I understand due process, but we have to understand the process here. Again, we can't compel people to testify, but the town has gone ahead and provided an affidavit which is sworn to, just like the witnesses here tonight are sworn to. So we take it on faith, and your client will have the opportunity to rebut. He doesn't have to do it directly, but he could do it through you. So we'll take the exhibits one at a time. As far as this exhibit is concerned, I don't see a reason why an affidavit and pictures that seem to be innocuous enough, it doesn't appear that they're, until some of them are explained, it doesn't appear like anything is attempting to be misrepresented here. You can have the opportunity with your client to take and address them individually and give your explanation as to what they are. We'll get to the second affidavit when we get to Exhibit 14. Were you done with this exhibit, Mr. Ferguson?
Yes, I was. So I'd like to turn to the next exhibit, which is, that's Exhibit 9, and just for the record, that is an email from Charles Munn to Judy Hogg, who is Maggie Winslow's assistant, I believe, at the town of Hartland. And this is in June of 2019, in which he says, as perhaps, and I'm quoting now from the email, as perhaps Maggie told you, I would like to start bringing paying photography guests and nature lovers to photograph and simply observe wildlife on some private properties in various forests in towns in Connecticut. I believe that means and towns. That's really the only aspect of that that email that we're focusing on. The next...
on that one, I would object. Charles Munn is not a party to this. This was in 2019. We're talking about a cease and desist in 2020, and citations occurring, I think, after August 3rd of 2020. So I don't see how this could be relevant to that. It doesn't involve Mr. Brown.
Okay, so the reason it's relevant is because Mr. Munn is involved in the Nature Havens project. As I indicated in an earlier email, Nature Havens has identified one of the owners as a Princeton-trained biologist. A Princeton PhD, I can't remember the exact phraseology, but it's very clear. And again...
Was that Exhibit 6?
That's Exhibit 6, yes.
Evolutionary biologist?
PhD evolutionary biologist whose Princeton doctorate included work with pandemic disease transmission. Now, we know that Mr. Munn has a PhD from Princeton and that he is shown interest in conducting an ecotourism business in Hartland beginning in 2018. We believe that based on this email, that he is affiliated with Nature Havens. We also believe that he's conducting tours there. And this is an indication of the business plan for this business, that the nature of the business is to bring paying photography guests and nature lovers to photograph and simply observe wildlife on some private properties. And in this case, again, Mr. Brault can deny that Charles Munn is involved with Nature Havens if that is the case. But we don't believe that is the case. We believe that he is involved. So that's the reason why we brought it up.
But the basic foundation is, I believe A, I'm submitting this document, and the document is good because I believe A myself. That's not a foundation or basis whatsoever. There's nothing that says, there's nothing that takes that document and relates it to Mr. Brault except what they believe. And what they believe is really irrelevant. It's what they're going to put into evidence. And that's what they have to do and put it in and go from there. Mr. Munn is not part of this organization. He's not an owner of anything on that property or Nature Havens.
Well, then perhaps Mr. Brault can explain who the PhD partner is, the Princeton PhD partner is, because it's not Charles Munn. Then we'll withdraw that exhibit, if in fact that's not, Charles Munn is not involved. But again, there is evidence in the record, that Exhibit 6 that we talked about, which refers to PhD evolutionary biologist who's Princeton doctorate. Now we know that that is the profile of Charles Munn. It doesn't name him in here, but he's identified in this email as an owner. If that's not the case, then Mr. Brault can say it's not the case. And then again, we're not bound by the strict rules of evidence. You can take this piece of paper for whatever you think it's worth.
Just a quick question, sir. Regardless of whether Charles Munn is involved or not, if a business is being conducted, does his involvement make it more or less of a business?
No, and that's not, I agree with you. His involvement doesn't make it more or less of a business. What this shows is what the business plan is, which is to bring paying photography guests and nature lovers to photograph and observe wildlife in Hartland.
So I guess
Which we don't have it was to share the habitat that he's developed on that property. He did set up a business, he did have some intention of doing some of those things, but under the zoning regulations, it is allowed as an educational institution.
as a nature study, it would be allowed. As a nature study that charges money, is it allowed?
It says for profit right within the regulation.
So for profit, nature study, it would be allowed.
Absolutely.
And in regards to this exhibit, does the involvement of Charles Munn make it more or less of a business?
I think it's a red herring. I don't think it matters one way or the other.
So as far as Exhibit 9 is concerned, it could stay because it doesn't appear that it is ultimately a business.
Or it could be removed because it doesn't matter and they don't have a foundational basis.
So your argument is that if it were to remain, that potentially a foundation, that this could be part of that foundation?
That it shouldn't remain because there is no foundation for it. It's just not relevant to Mr. Brault in this hearing. It has nothing to do with it, that's the point. It was in 2019 involving a party, one communication from one party to another, neither of which have anything to do with this.
Attorney Worthington, you stated to me that this exhibit would be solely to show your intention for a business plan.
Right, that's correct. And I should also take this opportunity to say that Mr. George's representation that nature studies are allowed under the Hartland zoning regulation is not accurate. The zoning regulations, and I intended to address this after we've gone through all the evidence, but the zoning regulations address and allow an educational institution operated for profit. And I'm prepared to explain why this business is not an educational institution. I don't think this is the time to do that. I prefer to do that at the end when all the evidence is in. But there's nothing in the zoning regulations about allowing nature studies. So to the extent that that representation that was made, that is not accurate. And I just wanted to make that clear.
If that is indeed going to be the argument, then I don't see a reason why Exhibit 9 couldn't stay and we couldn't revisit it later if there was, if we could show cause one way or the other.
Okay?
Are you done with Exhibit 9?
I am done with Exhibit 9. Exhibit 10 is a document entitled Report Card from Dr. Charles Munn on Startup of Connecticut Bear Tourism, paren CBT, close paren, and projections for the next 7 years. This is a document that is on the website of the Connecticut General Assembly, and apparently was filed by Dr. Munn. In 2018 or after 2018, outlining his plans for bear tourism in Connecticut. Again, our position is that this is a bear tourism business. It's a business that makes money by charging people to come onto Mr. Brault's property to view and photograph bears. We believe that this supports that allegation. The connection with Charles Munn is the same thing that we just went over on Exhibit 9. Okay, we'll move on to Exhibit 11.
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
I was just giving her a chance to read it.
Okay, I couldn't read your body language.
This is all information supplied by Charles.
We have obviously the same objection. This is even more remote in time. It involves something down at the state capitol, I guess. I'm not even sure where it comes from. So one, we don't even know where it comes from and what it's about. It doesn't involve Mr. Brault in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not sure why it's part of this.
So this exhibit, Attorney Whittaker, just for clarification, is simply information supplied by Charles Munn to the state of Connecticut in regards to what he considers their appearance.
That's correct. And I will note that the first page of that exhibit has a June 2018 photo, which says at one of our test sites in Hartland, Connecticut. Now, it doesn't identify Mr. Brault's property specifically. But again, this is offered to show, really by way of background, to show what this business is. It's a bear tourism business. And it does explain that the goal is to bring in people from New York City and Boston to this area in order to view animals and photograph them. And we believe that's what's going on at 217 Highview Road.
And in regards to the zoning violation and cease and desist order, this is all your exhibits in regards to that, sir?
This is the last exhibit relating to the violation of zoning regulations, yes.
I know we initially agreed upon that the town would present first, and that Attorney George and Mr. Brault would have an opportunity to refute and present evidence if they wish. Are you done presenting in regards to the zoning violations?
There are other exhibits in the exhibit booklet that relate to the bear feeding violation.
But we're taking them individually.
All right, great. And so I would like to ask Mr. Eisenlohr, who's the zoning enforcement officer, to testify.
You can stand or sit. I would simply remind you of your oath, and I'll need you to identify yourself for record.
Can you turn that mic down? It's going to ring again.
Back it off here. Sir, I just need you to state your name.
My name is Scott Eisenlohr.
Turn really over my mic.
So I'm going to be asking you questions. Maybe I misunderstood you.
Maybe if he sits at that table and you work on the same mic.
That's all right, I'll just pop up. Once again, sir, your name, please,
My name is Scott Eisenlohr.
and your position, or your job here in the town of Hartland.
My position is the Hartland Land Use Official, which includes inland wetlands and zoning enforcement.
Thank
And as the land use administrator for the town of Hartland, are you authorized to enforce the town zoning regulations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have put a book of exhibits on the table for you as well.
Thank you.
And I'd ask you to turn to Exhibit 1. That's a copy of the notice of violation and citation and cease and desist order issued to Mark and Carol Brault with respect to alleged violations of the Hartland zoning regulations. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that concerns violations at a property address of 217 Highview Road, correct?
Yes.
And that is the property owned by Mark and Carol Brault?
Yes.
Now, two separate categories of violations are set forth in the notice of violation. The first is that it concerns the conduct of a commercial business in the name of Nature Havens, and the second concerns the presence of permanent structures at the property. I'll take them one at a time.
Okay.
First, with respect to the allegation of a business, a commercial business being conducted at the property, can you just describe the information on which you based this notice of violation with respect to that issue?
The information I received and based my decision off of were the emails I received from the town selectman's office, the Facebook. There was Instagram sites that I reviewed. There were sites from Mr. Munn's daughter on Instagram. And there was other items on the town of Hartland Facebook that I would get information from. People would send me all kinds of information. And based on that information is when and then after I also talked to Barbara Douglas, and based on all that, then I issued a cease and desist for running a business, commercial business in a residential zone.
Okay, and when did you become aware that a business was being operated on the property?
I think it was back in June. Well, let's see what the letter was June 29th, so I would say I started doing some investigation back in June.
The letter is dated July 29th.
Okay, so I probably started doing the investigation, gathering information probably in end of June, beginning of July.
All right. And when you said you reviewed Facebook pages, were those the Facebook page of Nature Havens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Instagram, was that the Instagram account of Nature Havens?
Yes, it was.
And you referred to Munn's daughter. Who is Munn?
Dr. Charles Munn.
Okay.
And his daughter had something on Instagram. I think her name was Julie.
Okay.
I think that was her name. I don't recall.
And was that posted on one of the Nature Havens websites or Instagram accounts?
I think it was her own individual Instagram.
Okay. Did that refer to Nature Havens?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And let me just have you take a look at Exhibit 5. Do you recognize those as pages from the Nature Havens website which describe certain field courses and charges for those courses?
It's titled Forest Ecology.
That's the first page.
Yes. I recognize that. I recognize the pages. I have them in my own personal file.
Okay.
But I think I received these from interested individuals from the town of Hartland, and I also saw some of them on Instagram.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I may have, you met with someone who had visited the Nature Havens property?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
Barbara Douglas.
Okay.
And the, another individual that was with her, there was two of them.
So two people who visited Nature Havens?
Yes.
Okay. And they provided you with information about their visit?
Well, it was like the frosting on the cake. It was the receipt. It was a receipt for visiting Nature Havens. It was her credit card, and they were charged tax as if it was a legal, ongoing Connecticut business.
Okay. And did she also provide you with photographs that she had taken during her visit at Nature Havens?
Yes, she did.
Now, is 217 Highview Road in an R1 residence zone?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Article 4, Section 1 of the Hartland zoning regulations define what uses are allowed in an R1 residential zone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is this business, as you understand it, a business that is permitted under the zoning regulations of the town of Hartland? Allowed?
I would say no.
Okay. Now, turning to the second part of your notice of violation, you say that our investigation has discovered the presence of several permanent structures at the property that are used in conjunction with the business, including one or more hunting blinds, wildlife viewing stations, bathroom wash facilities, and snack or beverage sales structures. What was the source of that information?
I think it was a combination of speaking with Barbara Douglas, the emails I received. I don't think I saw any of that on Facebook or Instagram. It was through communicating with probably mostly Barbara Douglas.
Okay. And did the information that you relied on also include the photographs that Barbara Douglas provided you?
Yes.
And can you identify, look at Exhibit 8. That's the affidavit of Barbara Douglas. And Exhibit C to that affidavit are the photographs. Can you tell us which structures that you have found violate the zoning regulations?
Which one? Which exhibit has the structures?
Which of the structures? Just identify the photographs if you can.
What was it?
So it's Exhibit 8, and then it's the photographs at the end of Exhibit 8, which are...
Okay.
Okay. So let's look at the first page of photographs. Are there any structures there that violate the zoning regulations of the town of Hartland?
Okay, I'm on the page. It has 4 pictures.
Yes.
Upper left-hand picture, I'm going to guess, is parking.
Okay. I'm not asking you, I'm asking you just
Well,
about
I'm
structures.
stating if it's parking, if it's a commercial business, I guess that was a parking lot. That's something that, things that planning and zoning would need to know. To the right of that is it looks like a sink on concrete tile. To me, it looks like it's permanent. The sink is, I do not think it's authorized by the Farmington Valley Health Department. It wasn't authorized by the building official, nor was it authorized by the zoning official. So the lower left, it looks like shows the plumbing to the sink. I don't know where the gray water is discharged to, which would be a violation, I'm sure, of Farmington Area Health. I don't know. I haven't spoke to them. And to the right, it looks like a toilet. I don't know what kind of toilet it is, but I don't know where it discharges to. But these all look like they're on permanent floors. I don't know what the roof looks like.
All right.
So that structure would have had to, comply with setbacks. It did not comply with setbacks. If they build it, I would check for wetlands. So there's a number of issues, and the building official doesn't know about it. I sent an email to the building official, and there was no permits pulled for this operation for 217 Highgate.
And Article 4, Section 1-9 of the Hartland zoning regulations talks about accessory buildings and accessory uses customary with and incidental to a permitted use, including buildings used for permitted home occupations. Is this an accessory building that's permitted under the Hartland zoning regulations?
I would say no.
And can you just identify in these photographs the other buildings that you believe, or the other structures that you believe violate the zoning regulations of the town of Hartland?
The next page is a picture of the bear.
Okay, there are no structures on that page.
Yes, there is. They're on the lower right-hand side. It looks like a structure with a gentleman walking up to it.
That's third page, right?
Okay.
Are we on page 3 of the photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an understanding what that structure is?
I think it's a viewing booth,
Yeah.
and I think it's the perimeter of it has electric fence to prevent any animals from coming at the customers.
Okay. And is that a structure that's allowed as an accessory building under the Hartford zoning regulations?
I would say no.
Okay. Are there any other structures in these photographs that violate the Hartland zoning regulations?
The next page after that one looks like there's looks like a couple of tents. There's 2 photographs on that page that look like tents. The bottom one looks like I'm not sure if it's a tent-like or if it was made out of plywood or something. So I don't know what those are. The next page has a structure in the woods, a tree fort, some kind of outlook stand, and that would not be allowed by planning and zoning regulations either.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a viewing booth. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Continue.
Next page, it has a ladder going up to the viewing booth. The bottom of it shows the ladder, and it shows something else to the right.
But that's the same viewing booth that you just
Yes.
talked about?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Next page, it looks like the structure that I think I talked about on the first page looks like an outlook. It's got a tin roof on it. Looks like metal framing. Looks like it could be some kind of concrete foundation, which I think would be a permanent foundation. Below that, it looks like it's got the electric box attached to the tree for the electric fence, is what I'm guessing.
Okay. And again, is this, I think you already testified that this structure, in your opinion, violates the zoning regulations of the town?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Doesn't look like a farm use to me.
Yep.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, and let me just ask you, did you request permission to come onto the Brault's property to inspect these structures?
Town staff of Hartland requested permission.
Okay.
When I sent my letter to him, I gave him my cell phone so that we could call and communicate, so it would not have gotten this far if I was able to go out the property and review the business with him.
Okay. And in any event, you didn't receive a call allowing, from Mr. Brault or Mrs. Brault?
No, I did not.
And to your knowledge, were you allowed to go onto the Brault property to inspect it?
No.
Now, I'm going to return to Exhibit 1. You've assessed fines for the violation of the zoning regulations, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how were those fines calculated?
Fines are calculated per the supplemental ordinance of the town of Hartland, and it's $50 per day for each day as the violation continues.
All right, so in this case, there were 2 violations, correct?
Yes.
One being the operation of a business at the property, and 2 being the existence of unpermitted structures at the property, correct?
Yes.
And so that would be $50 per day for each of those two violations?
Yes.
And that would be per day, so $100 per day
Yes, it would be.
for as long as those violations continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have the Braults advised you that they have ceased to allow Nature Havens to conduct business at their property?
No, they have not.
They have not?
No.
Okay.
Could
Have you
I'm
checked?
sorry, I missed that. Could you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
He
question.
just said that he wasn't contacted by your client
Oh, okay.
to say that they'd stopped doing business at the property. Have you checked the Nature Havens website since issuing this cease and desist order and notice of violation?
Yes, I have.
And is there any indication on the Nature Havens website that the operations have been suspended?
No, there is not.
Okay. Have the Braults advised you that they have removed the unpermitted structures on their property?
No.
Okay. All right, I don't have any more questions for Mr. Eisenhower.
It's Mr. Eisenhower?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Scott would be fine.
Okay, that's great. On Exhibit 1, the notice of violation, you claim that there's a snack bar and beverage sales structure. Any pictures of that?
No, that was verbal information I received from the paid client, Barbara Douglas, who went to the site.
So far, I've heard a lot about Barbara Douglas. Did you call her to have her come tonight?
No, I thought the affidavit was sufficient enough.
So with all this, you have an allegation in here of a snack bar. That comes from Barbara Douglas. There's photographs that you guess, I think you said, I guess it's a parking lot, and I think it might be this. So all of this, and you did not call Barbara Douglas to come here tonight.
Well, I could see that I was guessing it was parking lot because it wasn't paved and it wasn't line striped. I could see a car parked in the field.
But the point is, you sent out an official citation and fine to my client.
Yes, I did.
You based at least one allegation, we'll get to others, but at least one on Barbara Douglas telling you there's a snack bar there. And as you sit here today, you have no evidence of that, do you?
Just her word.
You have no evidence of it.
Just her word. Just her affidavit.
I'll ask one more time. You personally have no evidence that you can provide to me that there's a snack bar on that property.
As an employee of the town, yes, we do. We have an affidavit.
So, from Ms. Douglas, who you never called to come to this hearing, who's probably, I would say, your star witness?
Based on, there's many other items in here that we could go by. I think the Farmington Area Health went to visit Mr. Burrell and they were refused access. And we were
Well, that's
trying...
not, we'll get to that. That's
Okay.
someone else testifying.
Okay.
In fact, do you know that they did come out?
The staff, us as a team, town of Hartland, yes, we speak about who knows what's going on, yes.
Now, the photographs on that exhibit, let me go. With regard to the structure,
Yes, sir.
okay? You said, I just want to clarify something. I wasn't sure what you said. The shed, is it a violation as a shed? You said something about setbacks. I'm not sure what you meant by that.
I didn't see a shed, I saw an outbuilding. Looked like a lean-to, looked like a carport. I don't think it was a shed, that's not what I would call it.
But you said something about setbacks, and I wasn't clear because I don't see anything in the, I want to be sure there's no claim of a setback violation.
Well, I don't know how close they are if not entered the property, so usually the proper procedure would be for somebody to get the permits, proper permits for zoning, show me where the structure is going, tell me what the setbacks are, make sure there's no wetlands in the or it's not in the regulated area, get a building permit, and then check with Farmington Valley Health before the structure is constructed
For a shed.
for a shed.
So all these people here that have sheds have done that with you? A shed.
I would say
10 by 12
Yes,
shed.
they're all honest people, I would say yes.
10 by 10, 10 by 12 shed.
Well, there is something in the regulation that says if it's, different towns have different regulations, so for instance, if it's under 100 square feet or under 200, they may not need anything from the building official. If it's above that, then they would. But they would still need Farmington Valley Health, because Farmington Valley would want to make sure it's not put on the reserve septic system or on the existing septic system. So it would be me, the building official, and Farmington Valley Health.
And is there a grandfather clause with regard to sheds that have been placed on a property?
I would say yes.
And what is that?
After so many years, if a violation hasn't been written, I would say it could be grandfathered.
How many years?
I'd have to review the regulations, but I'm sure you're going to tell me, aren't you?
Is it 3?
Yes, sir.
So if that's been there for 10 years, probably grandfather?
If there was proof, so in other words, if he bought it from Lowe's or Home Depot and I had the receipt and he proved to me that he bought it 10 years ago, then I would say chances are pretty good that it may be.
What about him just telling you?
Well, if he told me, I'd have to look at it. So if it was falling apart and crumbling and rusty, I probably would not believe him.
So you won't go based just on verbal
It'd be
communication?
nice to see the structure. I usually take a person at their word, so yes, but I would love to see it also.
Now, on the citation, you state that, the fine started June 15th, 2020.
Yes, sir.
And you did the math with Attorney Witherington, right? The fine.
I think I did the fines myself. I think he probably saw the copy of my letter before I sent it out, but I wanted to make sure that I was very comfortable on the start date based on the information I saw on Instagram, Facebook, and other information that I received.
So you picked June 15th based on what specific information, so we know?
Facebook information, Instagram information from Nature Heavens, Mr. Munn's daughter's information, and I wanted to make sure everything was clearly started by that date. I saw earlier dates, but I wanted to make sure it was specific and everybody was advertising at that certain date, and that's why I picked that date.
So you're basing it on an LLC that's advertising as opposed to activity occurring on the property?
Combination of all of the above.
Isn't your job with regard to what's occurring on the property, regardless of what a website might say, what someone may put on Facebook? Isn't what's occurring on the property your specific job?
Well, what was occurring on the property was the business, and I could see the structures on Facebook and Instagram. So based on that information, then I felt comfortable starting the citations at a certain time. I saw them earlier, but I gave them the benefit of the doubt and waited a certain time, and I just started from that date.
So the benefit of the doubt, did you call Mr. Broke?
No, but I sent them a letter with my cell phone on it.
At the citation?
Yeah, the citation, yes.
It's welcoming.
They're not all warm and fuzzy, you know.
Well, you go to Facebook,
Yep.
you talk to different people, you cite someone and fine them, and you never call them. You never said, what's going on over here, did you?
He could have called me. He did not.
You
My job would be, in the town, we have spoken about this, our position would be to have the business stop. The fees are what nudges him. Obviously, they did not nudge him, okay, but usually, he's probably the first person, I've been here for 15 years, where I send out this letter, and they all call, they all say what we can do, and the town works with them. I don't think I collected any fees in 15 years plus being here. This is the first time. So I would say we're pretty friendly.
But you chose, in this case, to rely on Barbara Douglas, who's not here, who told you there's a snack bar and you can't find it. You relied on her. You relied on photographs that she gave you. You relied on social media. And you never called, and you picked June 15th as the date that that business was operating on that property.
As far as I know, pictures don't lie. That's what I went by. So whether Barbara Douglas is here or not, it was based, all my information came from photographs, pictures, websites, Facebook.
So pictures don't lie, right?
I would say no.
Okay, so you
You can
said...
interpret the pictures, which you're about to do, but I would say they don't lie.
No, you interpreted the picture, now we're
Okay.
going to see if it lied or not.
Okay.
So we're going to go to that exhibit of Barbara Douglas, and we're going to go to Exhibit C.
Which is exhibit what number?
8. 8C. And I want you to go back to the viewing spot that had the roof.
Okay, the one with the truck cap on top of it?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm not sure what we're looking at.
The viewing station, yeah, I think you have it right. I think that's the one.
Bear box?
Yeah, the viewing.
Go ahead. I have
Okay.
it.
Now, you said that had a foundation.
I did not say it had a foundation.
You said...
I said where the bathroom was had a foundation. It looked like a concrete foundation.
On this picture.
On this picture, it looks like a viewing station. It's like a tree house that's up in the trees, which is illegal unless you have a zoning permit. Zoning permits don't allow tree houses.
I don't think you're looking at the right one.
Okay.
That one there.
Oh, okay, the one that looks like a carport.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Which is you had said that that looked like it had a foundation which would make it a permanent structure. If you look at the bottom picture,
It looks, okay, I see the bottom picture.
to the right side,
Yes.
do you see any foundation there?
I see, it looks, between the two pictures, the top one and the bottom, it looks like it could be concrete. It looks like it could be something heavy, because you would probably attach this thing to something heavy so the wind would not pick it up and take it away, and it would not be dangerous for people to stand in it if it was windy out. So I'm going to say it's some kind of foundation.
All right, we'll get to that. No. Now, you said that these structures, you went through the pictures with the town attorney, and you said you do not believe that that's allowed in the zone. Okay, so I want to go back to the first one of the photos so you can tell me why. You asked the question as to whether it was your opinion a violation. I'm going to ask you why it's a violation.
Okay.
So with regard to the first set of pictures, we'll just take them one.
Okay, Exhibit C, first page has four
Yes.
pictures, okay.
Yes. What is the violation with regard to the top right one, which shows the sink?
The violation would be that it's inside of a structure. It has water going to it. I don't know where the water's coming from. If you drilled a well without permission, I don't know.
Well, we're talking about zoning violation.
Zoning violation. It looks like it's inside of a structure that was not permitted or no permits were requested for that structure.
So if that's not inside, it'd be fine.
Well, it's a combination of the structure and discharge of gray water is what I would look at.
Is that a zoning violation?
No.
Okay, so let's stick to zoning, because that's
Okay.
what you're the expert at.
Okay.
So if that is not inside, There's no violation.
If what's not inside?
That sink.
Well, you told me to stick to the zoning, so the sink has nothing to do with zoning. The structure doesn't have a permit, so I'm going to say the structure is in violation. Because there's no setback. There's no setback. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's constructed of. I don't know what the setbacks are.
This, you presented this with your exhibits, and it shows the sink. Okay, so I'm talking about the sink. Is the sink a violation or not? If it's outside?
Respectfully, I said something about the sink, and you started to spank me, and you said, let's stick to zoning. So now you're jumping back to the sink.
No.
So to me, the sink is a violation of Farmington Valley Health, and I'm not a health official.
But not zoning.
But is a sink in violation of zoning? No.
Okay. Well, and I mention that, sir, because in your citation, you cite that as one of the reasons. Washroom facilities. So I'm saying if it's outside and not inside, that's fine. That's why I'm bringing it up. That's why I'm being very specific, because you allege it in the first page of your citation.
Okay, so if you want to be specific, that structure is a washroom facility. And it has a sink that's regulated by Farmington Area Health. So the structure is in violation of zoning. Because I don't have the setbacks for that, and I don't have a zoning permit for it, because I don't know where it is.
But the bathroom and washroom facilities, if there's nothing inside,
Doesn't matter if it's inside or outside. If you want me to stick to zoning, the facilities, the structures that they're in are in violation of zoning.
if it's in something. If it's not in something, those pictures are then irrelevant.
I'm looking at pictures that have structures, and these structures are in violation of zoning. I don't have zoning permits for them, I don't have setbacks for them, whether it has a sink or not. I included the sink because it's discharging gray water to the ground, which is a violation of Farmington Valley. My letter was CC'd to Farmington Valley so they would know what I was talking about. So as a team, we could go there and investigate the property.
Just so we're clear, he's testified about 5 times now that it's the structure that violates zoning, not the sink.
So what about that particular structure is the violation of zoning?
Again, it's a structure with no zoning permit, and I don't know if it complies with wetlands, or if you want to stick to zoning, I don't know if it complies with setbacks.
You don't know?
I don't know, because I never received a permit for it, so it would be in violation.
What
Because
if
you built
it's-
a structure without a permit.
Do you know how big that structure is?
I have no clue.
Do you know whether it has 4 walls or not?
Doesn't matter. If it's permanently on the ground and it's there for more than 6 months, because that's the building code, if it's less than 6 months, it's temporary. For zoning, if it's there, it's permanent. You need a zoning permit.
I want to get to that point. If it's permanently affixed to the ground,
Yes.
if it's not a zoning violation.
If it's permanent structure, whether it's fixed to the ground or not, like for instance, I'll give you an example, like a hoop house. The building official would not want a permit for a hoop house, one of those one-car garages, but I would because it's a building, it's a structure. They need to know where the setbacks are for that structure, because you know right now that structure is going to stay in place until the top rots off it. So it's permanent to me.
Are there temporary structures within your regulations that are allowed?
Off the top of my head, I'm going to say temporary structures. Maybe if your house burned down and you wanted a temporary structure like a camper or something to live in while you were reconstructing your house, that would be temporary, but it requires a zoning permit. And most people fill out a zoning permit for that temporary structure, because once the house is constructed, they move into the house and the temporary structure, camper, whatever, is eliminated.
So you did this citation without any knowledge of the size of the structure, whether it was affixed to the ground, where it was located on the property, none of that.
I didn't have to, it was a structure.
Going to the next one, the next one with the building would be the 2 pictures of the tent. Do you see that one?
The 2 buildings with the tent.
Two two pictures with the tent in the picture. A little further.
Yes.
Right there, right. Are those a violation of zoning?
Well, you say 2 tents. The top one clearly looks like a tent to me, so I would say no. I'm sure it's not going to be up all the time. It's a tent. The bottom one, I'm not sure what it's constructed of. I don't know. It looks like it could be the same tent, but it could be something different. I don't know.
If it was the same tent, then both of those pictures would be not a violation.
I would, before I answer that, I would really have to see it to make sure it was a tent, to make sure the pictures were clear. I can't really tell by the pictures.
Again, so you don't know for sure.
It's some kind of structure on the ground.
It's a tent, you said it yourself.
Looks like a tent. The bottom one, I'm not sure what it is.
Moving to the next one, it's looks like the 2 walls are fixed with a tree.
Yes, sir.
And is that a violation of zoning?
I would say that a tree house would be yes.
The tree house is
tree
not
house.
accessory to a residential use?
I would say we don't have tree houses in the regulations, and I would say no to a tree house, unless they had a zoning permit, and then I may think about it.
When you say, I would say no, what do you mean? No, it's not a violation?
I would say, did you ask me if it was a violation?
That's what I'm asking.
I'm saying yes.
Okay. And a hunting blind, not accessory use?
I don't know what it is. Is it a hunting, it looks like, I'm guessing it looks like a hunting blind.
And would that be a violation?
I'm looking at it as a structure. You're picking words that describe it, but to me it's zoning structure, so I'm going to say no, it needs a permit.
So in the town of Hartland, a tree house, hunting blind on 60 acres, those are all structures, and if they don't have permits, they're in violation. That's what you're saying?
Yes. But you're putting me on the spot, to be honest with you. So I'm going to say yes and stick to that because
You don't have to stick
I don't
to
have
it.
a zoning permit, so I don't know what it's used for. I don't know what else it's used for. I don't know what he's doing with it. So I'm going to say yes, it's a violation because I don't know anything about it. And I don't know where it's located. If it was in the side yard, clearly a violation, but I don't know where it's located.
It's deep in the woods?
Okay, but it's still a structure.
Do you know how many acres this subject property we're talking about?
I think it was 65.
Mostly wooded?
According to his assessor card, it says it's a PA 490 forest. I would think so. If it's not, then he's probably got other problems, to be honest with you.
So, in your citation, you said that one of the non-permitted uses were the structures. We just went over those.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's fair to say that you, as the issuing officer, enforcing officer, never saw these structures, relied on other people to tell you about them and these photographs.
I think I saw the treehouse structure from a distance.
You either did or you didn't.
I did. Now, you want to know what the gray area is? I'm not sure if I was on his property illegally or not, so that's why I'm going to say that based on other people's pictures, and I saw it, because there was no fence when I was down there, so I'm not really sure. And our town attorney said I should be more careful in saying I was or I wasn't.
Don't talk about what I told you about.
Okay.
Did you see the posted signs? No
Well, like I said,
trespassing?
there was no fence.
No.
So I did see signs, yes.
And you ignored them.
No, they were not that close together, they were spread out.
So if they're spread out, you just took the liberty of,
Well, quite a ways spread out, I was in the woods.
you had some notice.
Okay, the bottom line is that I'm based my decision on other people's pictures that were taken.
And that's what I'm saying, as the enforcing officer, your evidence
Yes.
is not based on anything that you found, you investigated. You're relying on people that aren't even officials within the town and photos that they provide you.
Oh, the photo doesn't lie to me, so I'm going to say, yes, I relied on other information.
So the zoning regulation, section 4-1-5. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
And do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, could you read that for me?
An educational institution operated for profit, provided that no objectionable noise is audible off the premise.
And that is a use permitted in the R1 zone.
Based on a special permit, probably.
Where does it say special permit?
Well, I would have to, it would be up to me on what permit to get. So if he gave me a permit, an application for planning and zoning, I would make sure it went before the commission first.
Where does it say there needs to be a permit for, it's an as-of-right use?
Well, I would need a permit describing what the use is going to be.
It's not a special permit.
Okay, so it would need a planning and zoning permit, and I would need to know if it was, what it was about, so I could decide if it was audible, if the noise is audible off the premises, and would have to go before planning and zoning.
Is it fair to say under Article 4, entitled Use Regulations, the list are as of right of a citizen for those uses in that R1 district?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, educational institution, is there a definition in the zoning regulation with regard to that?
I would say no.
Do you have a definition that you used for this citation? Because you're claiming that it's not, the activity was not allowed in that, on that property. So what did you use to determine that it was not an educational institution operation?
What did I determine that it wasn't?
I'm not going to ask that question again. There were a lot of convolutions in it.
What did you use to determine that the operation, as you allege, was not an educational institution operated for profit?
I don't know if it is or it isn't.
Shouldn't you have figured that out before you sent the citation and fined this individual?
He had my cell phone number, he could have called me and told me it was.
So it's on that testimony that we're here today to determine that there's a violation of a non-permitted use. The zoning enforcement officer telling us that he doesn't know if it is or it isn't.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. What he said was is that he didn't make a determination as to whether it was an educational use. And the fact of the matter is that nobody claimed it was an educational use until today. All right? And I'm prepared to address that argument, which is a legal argument, not a question of testimony from a witness, at the appropriate time.
And the only part I would disagree with is he is the zoning enforcement officer. He's the one that enforces these regulations. And when he's going to issue a citation, I would think he'd make sure that the operation was not allowed. And he's telling us right now that he made no determination as to whether it was an educational operation or an educational institution operating there. Now, on that point, in your exhibits, go to, if you would, Exhibit 5. So this is one of the exhibits that the town has put into evidence. And if you look under paragraph 3, you see the first sentence. Would you read that?
We will guide you through
The one above it, I'm sorry.
right between 4 p.m.
Yes.
at our heavens with a local snack in hand and enjoy our bird garden. Or get started right away in your outdoor learning adventure. You'll
You can
begin-
stop there.
Okay.
Outdoor learning adventure. So when you first were looking into this, you knew that there was an outdoor learning adventure of some sort, correct?
No, you say it's an outdoor learning adventure, but what I see is people being charged to take pictures.
You saw that, or someone told you that?
I see it on your Facebook, I see it on your Instagram.
Well, right here on the website, your outdoor learning adventure. That's right there. I'm not saying you have to believe it all,
Okay.
but that's part of the evidence I would assume you would take in as an enforcement officer to look at this from a fair perspective, right?
Okay.
Then, read the next sentence if you would.
You'll begin with an educational lecture. Keep going.
Yes.
And then begin exploring with your instructor to identify the concepts we taught in real life.
So you knew at the point that you were investigating this, that there was an outdoor learning adventure, there's an educational lecture, and that there's an instructor. And that they were teaching concepts.
Okay.
Did you agree with all those?
I would say that the instructor could be a guide showing people where the animals are feeding and taking pictures. So if you're from New York and you're not used to animals and you want an education, that's a bear, that's a bobcat, etc.
Right. So there's higher levels of learning and lower levels of learning.
Yeah.
You'd agree with that, right?
Yes,
Okay, but they can both be educational in nature, correct?
yes.
Now, to go back, if you would go to Barbara Douglas's affidavit, in the pictures, on Exhibit C, the second page of pictures,
What exhibit number is that, please?
8.
Okay. They have her affidavit. Keep going.
Yes, go to Exhibit C, in the second page of pictures.
Okay, the second page of pictures?
Yes.
Okay, I have it.
Okay, in the top one, there's a, looks to be a portable screen with a computer.
You're talking about where the guy's sitting in the chair?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's a gentleman sitting in the chair, there's a computer in the screen.
Okay.
Looks like a PowerPoint,
Okay.
and this was from Barbara Douglas,
Okay.
your star witness that hasn't showed up.
Okay.
You have 3 pictures that show PowerPoints from her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, coupling that was given to you by Barbara, those pictures showing an instructor, a PowerPoint, and the website discussing an educational lecture, learning adventure, so on and so forth. You did not come to any possible conclusion that this was an educational institution being operated there?
Well, I'm looking at the picture that shows pictures of bears with their names, so it could be pets, it could be something else. And then you see the other one, how's doing. It's a picture.
Well, Barbara says in her affidavit that it was a lecture, correct?
Well, I don't recall off the top of my head, I'd have to look at it. And not to be a smart ass, but the guy up top could be selling snacks, I don't know. How do you know he's not collecting money for anything? You're assuming.
We're not talking,
Let's
whether he's collecting money or not is irrelevant. It's whether it's an educational institution, which is allowed on the property. So I'm just saying that at the time you were investigating this, you said, I based it on the website, social media.
Yes.
We went through those and we showed where it was an educational operation, at least they claimed it to be. Then Barbara Douglas gave you pictures.
Yes.
Showing it to be educational, where there's a gentleman sitting in a chair with a computer, with a PowerPoint, and pictures of tagged bears.
Okay, respectfully, you're assuming, and I'm assuming something else. No disrespect.
No,
Your
I-
pictures of bears with names on them.
I have no problem with that answer of assuming. I have no problem with that. Now, the last piece, educational institution.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever look it up to see what that would entail, or that wasn't part of your investigation? You never went down that road?
Well, I wasn't going to go down the road when I wasn't sure what I was investigating. If I had a zoning permit, then I would look it up and investigate. But I didn't, so I did not investigate.
Okay. So with regard to the time that the citation came out, you didn't have a basis on educational institution, what it would entail, what it would be, the facts, and looking into, you didn't do that analysis?
Honestly, it was very little wording when it came to educational until I issued my citation, and then you beefed up the word to me, educational.
But I'm just saying, at the time you issued the citation, you did not analyze or investigate the idea of educational institution and the possibility that that would be...
There were a lot of possibilities. If I had the zoning permit, then I would know what he was aiming for, then I could assist him in determining what he was trying to accomplish.
But an educational institution being operated in an R1 is as of right.
Yes, sir.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Just a couple, and I don't want to spend a whole lot more time on this. But Mr. Eisenlohr, until today, did anybody ever, specifically until today, did the Braults ever tell you that they were operating an educational institution on their property?
No, sir.
Okay, did they tell you they were running a school there?
He told me nothing.
Okay, they didn't tell you they were running a school or a college or an educational institution, and no one ever said that to you
No,
until
sir.
today? Okay. And what we have in Barbara Douglas's affidavit, if you turn to that, it's Exhibit 8, paragraph 5.
Paragraph 5, I have it.
Okay. She says she was given a brief presentation on bears, including bears we might see on our visit. Does that sound like an educational institution to you?
No.
That's all I have.
I have one exhibit I'd like to put in. Should I give you in one preview now? Yeah. So I think you said that there's no definition within your zoning regulations as to educational institution, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I showed you a document from a page from Black's Law Dictionary. And down the bottom left, you can see educational institution.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if you look in definition number 2, you see that?
Yes, sir.
It says, as used in a zoning ordinance, all buildings and grounds necessary to accomplish the full scope of the educational instruction, correct?
Yes.
And those things, including those things essential to mental, moral, or physical development.
Yes, sir.
So under Black's Law Dictionary, the definition isn't limited to a college or a university. It's any grounds or building necessary to accomplish learning.
This is legal argument and you shouldn't be asked questions about what Black's Law Dictionary says.
Are you even familiar with what Black's Law Dictionary is, sir?
No, sir.
I think we're a little outside the scope. I understand what you're attempting to do, sir. Are you looking to put this in as an exhibit?
Yes.
All right.
No objection.
All right, then I would just simply state, without reading everything, that what we have is page 55, or a copy of page 554 of what I'm assuming to be the most current edition of Black's Law Dictionary. What we're looking at is the definition of an educational institution. I have a question for...
That was my only follow-up.
Sir, is a permit needed for anything that's as of right? If I was in a residential zone, I'm looking to perform some type of education on my property, would I have to submit some form of permit? Application?
Yes, it's a permitted use, but I need an application detailing what you're doing to make sure you complies with the section of the regulations that you're applying for.
And what application is that?
It would be the Hartland planning zoning application.
Attorney Terry, anything further?
Nope, that's...
No.
You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any other witnesses on the zoning regulation.
Are we going to move
The
on?
zoning violation.
Are we going to move on to the barricading violations?
Yes, why don't, if I can suggest that we do that, and then at the end, talk about whatever legal issues there may be relating to those. I assume that both sides want to present their position on.
Do you want last word in regards to both together, or on each of the violations separately?
I think we can. I think the bear feeding issue is a much narrower issue I think we can do them both together at the end.
Would you like last word for both the violations together?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So we're moving on to the bear feeding
Yes.
ordinance. All right. So the exhibits that we're offering for the violation of the bear feeding ordinance are Exhibit 11. Just make sure I have this. Exhibit 12. And by the way, there is no Exhibit 11. Exhibit 12 is the notice of violation and cease and desist order issued by the animal control officer for the town of Hartland. It relates to the feeding of bears at the property. Exhibit 13 is a letter from Attorney Broderick, who represented the Braults at that point. It's an August 6, 2020 letter requesting a hearing with respect to alleged violations on the town of Hartland bear feeding ordinance. Exhibit 14 is the affidavit of Melissa Ruxick, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, who is a seasonal resources assistant in the wildlife division of the Department of Environmental Protection, who specifically observed evidence of bear feeding around 217 Highview Road and concluded, and I'll just read paragraph 9, which is the last paragraph of that exhibit. My observations of 7 bears on August 24th, in addition to locations of GPS clusters of C6, which is a female bear, relative to the bear box on the Brault property. The substantial amount of bear scat with sunflower seed, the footage from visitors to the bear box, and the fact that I observed C6, again a bear, and her cub walking away from a white bucket in the forest with a trail camera pointed at it lead me to believe that there is an unnatural food attractant on the property of 217 Highview Road that is continually being replenished to attract bears. And attached to that affidavit are a number of exhibits, supporting exhibits, and at the front of the affidavit is a letter from Jennifer Dixon, who simply introduced herself as Director of Wildlife Division for the Connecticut Department of Environmental Protection. She's a certified wildlife biologist, and she explains Melissa's position as a seasonal resource assistant. That's exhibit 14. And finally, exhibit 15 is an email from Charles Munn from July 1st of 2019, addressed to Wade Cole and Maggie Winslow, selectmen in the town of Hartland, talking about his diversionary feeding experiment designed to draw bears away from homes in Hartland. That's simply offered to show that there is feeding, and a feeding experiment conducted in Hartland, that bears were being fed in Hartland in 2019, and in fact that was the impetus for passing the bear ordinance in 2019. So those are the written exhibits, and then I intend to call Jennifer Allen to testify.
I do have a comment.
Yes.
I do object to Exhibit 14, the affidavit. It's extremely unfair and prejudicial to have this affidavit without any ability to dig deeper into GPS coordinates. If you look at these scatter photographs, as the hearing officer, you can't tell where Mr. Broll's property is on any of these. And we can assure you that it's not all of these dots on here, and there are many other concentration of dots that are not on his property at all. And it's very difficult to take this affidavit at face value from the town without bringing that person in to get the foundational background and support for something like this, to say we followed the bears are in this area, and based on that we think there's artificial feeding. They mentioned scat. There's no idea whether that scat was on the property, off the property, whether the bear was never on the property till it came and the proverbial bear did that in the woods. You don't know where it came from or what occurred. It's very prejudicial.
You're going to call the animal control officer.
Yes, sir.
As your witness.
Yes.
And without, I'm sorry, the lady's name again in regards to this material.
Melissa Ruxick.
Melissa was, other than the,
Rusick, I'm sorry.
other than the affidavit here, is there any other explanations or anything else that goes along with any of these photographs or information?
No, this affidavit is actually a fairly detailed affidavit which provides substantial information indicating that bears are being fed sunflower seed in the vicinity of 217 Highview Road in Hartland. We know that bears, that people are being charged to look at bears that linger around a bear blind on that property. We haven't been on that property and haven't been allowed to go onto that property to search for bear scat, but we know that bear scat on the borders of that property has substantial quantities of sunflower seeds from this affidavit. And if Mr. Brault is not feeding bears on his property, he's under oath today, he can say yes if he's not doing it, and we'll accept it.
Again, given the level of this hearing and not being able to compel people to appear, I'm inclined, given the detailed nature of the affidavit, to allow it to stand. If you can refute the information in here, by all means, do so. I would like just a quick minute here to finish reading up. At some point, are you going to move on to any of these pictures? Or you're just putting them into...
Just putting them into evidence.
Okay, and are we going to go over any of that?
Not in any substantial detail.
Attorney George, do you intend on going through any of these photographs and refuting anything that you might feel is prejudicial against your client or is depicted inaccurately in any way?
I would love to. We will try, but as I said, and our objection is really based on we're at such a disadvantage because we just don't have the background and don't have the person here. It's very, very difficult. We will certainly try to educate you with regard to some of the things that we think are inaccurate there. Which I don't think is our burden, really. It kind of turns the whole tide of the preponderance of the evidence onto us.
I understand, so you're allowed to refute, and you will, and I will recognize that and listen to that. It does not appear that Attorney Worthington's going to get into this affidavit of the attached photographs to any degree. Why don't, just give me 1 moment. I'll listen to the rest of what Mr. Worthington, or Attorney Worthington has to say. He's going to call the animal control officer up, and once he's finished, I'll listen to what you have to say.
I'm sorry, just on exhibit, I didn't want to forget about exhibit 15. We also object on the basis that that was something a year ago. Again, does not involve any of the parties here. I understand, why the town has put it in, but we still object to it. It's really irrelevant to anything to do with Mr. Roll's property.
And I'd simply say it's an admission by a person who is affiliated with the Nature Havens business, Charles Munn, that bears are being fed at Hartland in 2019. And we believe that the evidence establishes that they continue to be fed in violation of the ordinance in 2020.
The other aspect that I was just reminded of, and I should have mentioned it earlier, with regard to these allegations, the bear ordinance did not come into effect until August of 2019. Many of these emails, this one in particular, was before that bear ordinance was even in place.
So the argument being that because the ordinance was enacted after the date of this email, you would ask that the exhibit not be allowed, is that correct?
It's put in under the section of the violation for the bear feeding ordinance. It's something that occurred before the ordinance was in place, so I think it's completely irrelevant and immaterial. So yes.
Just so it's clear, we're not claiming that feeding bears before the ordinance was in place violated the ordinance. We're just offering this to show that bears were being fed by a person affiliated with Nature Havens in 2019. The town passed an ordinance to prevent that. And that business has continued into 2020. And we're just, it's bear feeding, our contention is that bear feeding is a part of this business.
In regards to Exhibit 14, the affidavit, you can obviously down quickly as soon as Attorney Worthington finished presenting. And obviously, you can cross on anything that's brought in. In regards to Exhibit 15, the email from Charles Munn to the selectmen here in Hartland dated July 1 of 2019. I do recognize your argument, but as with Exhibit 6 and Exhibit 9, I still don't believe that it either bolsters or lessens whether or not a business was occurring on the property. Your argument being that for educational purposes, and I do not see how that would help diminish the case against the town. I mean, I don't see a reason to throw out the exhibit at this time. I don't even know. Attorney Worthington, if you want to go ahead and forward with this.
Yeah, just if I can just have one point of clarification. Mr. George, you don't intend to call any witnesses to oppose the zoning violation. Is that right?
I may have Mr. Roll testify.
Okay, I wasn't sure procedurally whether, I thought we were through with the zoning part of the hearing.
As agreed upon, sir, we were taking each of the violations separately, and...
Oh, I thought you said that since we were going to do the
That's
close
why-
all in one.
That's why I asked you prior to moving on to the bear feeding ordinance, if you wanted to do your last word or do your summation, if you would, if you wanted to address both at the end together.
That's what I thought were in that.
And, okay, we will allow everybody gets their last words, but you're not able to introduce any new evidence during last words. So if you would like to introduce something in regards to the zoning violation, we will go back to that, address it, and then move on to the
We can do that.
Or if your
I think we just put them all in.
Okay, if your last words, if you do not introduce any new evidence at the end, then you can do it. You can do both at the same time, and that'll be.
I was going to call Mr. Brough one time and refute both, one at a time, but do it at once, as opposed to have him come on, then someone else come on and have him go back. But
That's why I asked the question.
And
that was my answer.
by doing that, sir, if he's going to refute anything, more than likely, something would be brought up that could be then crossed, in which case, we're right back to where we started. We'll need to do that now. We'll go back to the zoning violation. You can call Mr. Ball. The town will have an opportunity to cross if there's any information that they can cross him on. And then we'll move on to the verification.
Sure, we can do it that way.
They're separate and distinct. They
Yes.
can't combine them even though, we believe them to be combined and have to treat it separately.
Okay, so I would call Mark Brough to testify.
Okay. In regards to the zoning violation, for the record, Mr. Ball, I'll have you, yes, I would.
Oh, you want to go?
I'll remind you of your oath, and you can stand or sit, and that microphone is for you.
Mr. Brough, where do you reside?
217, High Road.
And how long have you lived there?
Well, I've owned property for 10 years, I've been on that property every day for the past 10 years.
And could you describe in a brief paragraph your background with regard to wildlife and what you have done? And I just might add, if you want, if you're comfortable, you could take that mask down just to, so you can hear a little better in the microphone. It might help.
Yeah, okay. Since I was a young child, I spent numerous hours viewing wildlife and interacting with wildlife as a child, which became a lifestyle for me. I wasn't into sports or anything else, so I was solely immersed in wildlife, the behavior of wildlife, and interacting with wildlife. As I got older, I took on, different activities, which were all involved in wildlife, hunting, fishing, and then I got involved with the state, with some of the species that have been reintroduced into the state, and assisted in that with the state. And then, and I did this as more of a hobby because I have a full-time job, essential worker for the state. I'm a patented inventor, and I'm a wildlife author, published wildlife author. Patents are all for environmentally sound products. And about that time, I married my wife, and then we had 2 children, and we lived in a town in which I was involved in wildlife in that town. And then we moved to Hartland. It was a big piece of property, and we bought it as an investment property. And I spoke with the first selectman about it, and what my intentions were. His wishes were we didn't want to develop it. And I said, my choice was not to do that. And I told him right out that I'd like to do something for the community, involve something with keeping it an open space, possibly at the end donating it to land trust. And this was a conversation I had more than 10 years ago. property was abandoned, contaminated, I cleaned it up. I spent so much of my own money and hours every day doing it. The buildings, like the shed we're talking about, was delivered back in 2010 when we bought the property. We used to store materials in, we moved several times. Every building on that property has been there for 10 years or more, except for my house. The use has never been changed. And pretty much not all of them are used. Once it became, we had children, we had expenses, we had to do something. In 2007, we lost a lot of money in the stock market. When we bought the property, we decided to invest in this property. And I had to do something with it because we had to do something with it. So I decided to do that work, and I decided to research grants that the state offered. I've been reading about the endangered Northern cottontail rabbit, and there were grants, applied to that grant. Previous to that, I spent my own money, hired my own loggers to log to improve the habitat. Because I applied for the grant, but for some reason it fell through the cracks, so 4 years had gone by, and then the people who were operating a grant for the state got killed. So then, at that point, I secured the grant for the state to continue working on the contract with the state and the U.S. Department of the Federal, USDA, on wildlife.
Could you just explain that grant or what you did on the property with regard to the Department of Agriculture?
Well, it was a very large grant that was geared towards improving habitat, not only for the Northern cottontail rabbit, but for all bird species and wildlife in general. There was a lot of variations of the work that was done there. It was all done under their supervision and the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as the state of Connecticut. And they visited the property regularly, and they've been there as little as 4 weeks ago. We supply them with a list of species that have arrived on the property, and they're pretty amazed.
So what is it you did? Plantings and...
We did a lot of plantings, which is part of the contract. We did, I was under contract to keep so many brush piles and build them in a specific way that would create dens for wildlife. Plantings was part of it. There was cutting of trees, and there was also the protection of the new growth that was grown. So there were different methods used, but they were all under the guidance and supervision of a gentleman called Rick Fernando that worked for the U.S. Department of Federal on the USDA, and he oversaw most of it. When he came up, he was very amazed at the outcome of that property and the production.
When you say production, what do you mean?
Well, the amount of growth of vegetation, the plantings that we've planted, and I'm still under contract to do plantings, but he's now in the process of trying to get that last portion of that planting, because the property has done so well and felt that it's not needed. So it's still under contract. I had spoken to Fernando at the start of the cut, at the beginning of the cut. We had to hire a forester. I was very detailed with the forester and Fernando on what my intention was with the property, was to develop it into an open space that people of town, people of Connecticut could enjoy it. That we were going to do the educational dealings, we were going to do, education for books, everything, to educate people on wildlife and give them a sort of hands-on experience. after their education portion is done. I've spent more hours in the woods than most of the biologists have in this state. I've interacted with animals in ways that are not everybody does it. Not everybody would know how to do it. And therefore, my ability to interact with animals so that there is no fear, so that they do not fear you, and you are able to approach them, I'm able to do that. And I might add, I cannot do that in any other space but the space that's there. For the simple reason the animal does not react the same. Through the management of the property and the growth that's there,
With the growth, what are the types of growth that were there?
there was nothing, there was just a pine forest.
No, since you've begun this habitat, what is grown? What are the things that are there that are natural in nature that attract the animals, which is really what we're trying to get at?
Blueberries, there's red berries, there's blackberries, there's beech nuts, there's acorns, there's chestnuts, there's ants, there's bugs, there's dead logs, there's amphibians that were not there. They were not there. We have some species that were not there before that are there.
And you mentioned brush dens.
Yes.
Those were originally set up on the grant for the rabbit, for the cottontail rabbit? Okay. In addition, does that attract bears?
Oh, absolutely. And there were a lot of, I think there was contracted to do 3 or 4 per acre. So having that much acreage, there's a lot of homes for animals.
With regard to those brush dens, was there specific requirements from the federal government
Yes.
with regard to those?
Yes.
Which one?
Is this being offered as an exhibit?
Yes. So I'm showing you that piece.
Hold on. I'd like to take a look at it before you start asking questions. Okay, so we don't have unlimited time tonight, and while I'm interested in Mr. Brault's engagement with the United States Department of Agriculture, I'd really like to get to the question of what kind of business he's conducting there, and I just don't see that this has anything to do with that. This is talking about how he's improved his property under a USDA grant, which has nothing to do with the character of the use of the property in his current business.
Attorney George, you're offering this in as an exhibit, yes?
Yes.
And this is information supplied by USDA describing work that has been or will be done or maintained on...
Had to be done.
Okay, on the golf property?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to accept it as an exhibit in regards to what's occurring on the golf property as far as directed by USDA. It's a single sheet, and it's entitled Wildlife Brush Piles Job Sheet, made out to Mark Brault and designed by Fernando Lincoln, dated February 21st, 2018.
And just one question. with regard to those brush piles, it says species to be benefited, and can you list those?
Fox, bobcat, coyote, bear, etc.
Now, after this habitat began to develop, tell us what Nature Havens is or how that came about.
Well, I got to the point where it started to, come to fruition all the work that we did. We started to see the benefits. I have had a few people over, and pretty nice that probably never saw. I talked to my wife, who's a school teacher, and asked her, if she would be interested, and she said, she wasn't interested in teaching. I'm not interested. It's not what I did. So I did some research, and I contacted Mr. Monk, who is a PhD biologist, who has, done a lot of work in protecting species and protecting. I contacted him to see, first to tell him what I'd done on the property and what my experiences. And he was interested in all that I did. And I told him that I wanted to create some type of educational, something to benefit the community, to benefit people, that people learn about what. Because we are, so much of it is swayed in public opinion. And he said he could help me out with some of the academic literature and stuff I would need for that. So he asked me if I needed any help, and I said no, that the methods that I did was pretty much done. And it was at that point in time that I actually found out about Mr. Munn's research on TV. And we broached that subject, and I said, I don't want to get into it. I just don't. That's not what I want to do. I said, I'm solely here for teaching people, underprivileged kids, community, anybody who's interested. But I'm not interested in doing wildlife experiments. And he said he could provide me with the academic resources that I would need. And that is his sole purpose there. I own the property, I own the business. That is his sole purpose. He has a PhD, and he's done amazing things with animals. He's done amazing things with animals.
So, Nature's Haven LLC is solely owned by you.
That's correct.
The property is obviously in you and your wife's name only.
Correct.
And Dr. Munn was, you contacted Dr. Munn?
Yes, I did.
And when was the first time Dr. Munn ever stepped foot on your property?
It was like, I think that was June, beginning of June of this past year, 2020.
Okay. So with regard to some of that other evidence that was put in, with regard to bear feedings and Hartland and this and that, Dr. Munn had never been on your property
No.
in the woods and doing any of that in 2019?
Never took this. None of it.
And you sought out Dr. Munn
I did.
with an intention to develop an educational operation, an institution.
I mean, you guys pretty amazing. He's featured in National Geographic this month for his Harpy Eagle. He's protected a lot of environment. So,
Now, and your intention was to share this habitat and what you've done with the public?
yes.
Now, you started Nature's Haven, the business part, the LLC was started in April of this year, is that correct?
That's correct.
And
An attorney did that. I didn't do it, an attorney did it.
And now Attorney Witherington mentioned that it says natures and parks and things. Did you tell the attorney what you wanted to do?
Yes, but, and I've run into this before, when you start explaining it to people because the pre-revolution's never been done, that they quite often get confused and get it wrong. So no, I did not tell him personally, I explicitly told him I want to do an educational nature tour and allow people to take photographs, allow people to get education on wildlife, what they're feeding, what they're eating, on the forest, what we've done to the forest, on the grants available to them. And out of that, he got there. So that's how it was written. I didn't notice it. I didn't think it was an issue.
These, you've done some of these educational tours, correct?
I have.
And how many have been done since April when you started?
7 or 8.
And about how many people have actually come to the property or paid to go through this?
7 or 8.
7 or 8 groups?
Oh,
Just
groups.
Well, people or groups, I'm just trying to get a number for the hearing officer.
I'm saying like 7 or 8 people. There are groups or groups of 2. You know, I had a mother, and she bought her 19-year-old son a birthday gift. And he had a choice to go parasailing, but he came home. It was the best experience he's ever had in his life. So these are the types of outings or groups of people. There was only 7.
And were any done after the cease and desist letter was received
No,
by you?
no. We haven't done anything. Matter of fact, people have been driving by every day. They see me chopping wood. They see me working. I've been going to work. They haven't missed any work. But there's nothing left.
The educational component, did it involve just bears, or did you have other segments to the educational component?
Oh, no, we had a lot of The bears are a byproduct of the environment that's there. The rabbit habitat, the dens. I've had 3 sows then on my property in those dens. If you have 3 sows, the next thing you know, okay, they each have 2 cubs. So you end up with a lot of bears. It's not for any other reason. It's because of the habitat. It's because of the water that's there, the food that's there. It's also because of the geographical location of the property. It runs up and down the Farmington River Valley. It's between 2 big, huge bodies of water, Colebrook Reservoir and MDC property. Those bears run those ridges, and they go down into Canton, they go down into the towns, and they come back up to Hartland. You can see in those pictures how far bears.
We'll get to those in a minute. Other than the bears, as we saw in the PowerPoints, are there other PowerPoints for other animals?
There's a lot of PowerPoints for a lot of animals. The beavers, the birds, we do a lot of birds. We do porcupines, but we do all wild.
And you have PowerPoints for these?
We are building on it. We are building it. We're not all completely done.
No, but you have others right now.
Yes, we have others.
And what other animals were there?
We had beavers.
Yeah.
And we had birds. We had a lot of different kinds of birds. We have a bird park.
And what about bobcats?
We do bobcat.
And people can pick what they want to learn about?
They can, yes, they can, but they get an overview of everything in the beginning. And that's simply because we want people to be aware of what's out there and what their opportunity is to come back and see, or they might have other interest.
And in addition to seeing wildlife, is it also about seeing the habitat and how you've created it from an educational standpoint?
Oh, yeah. Very much so.
And these lectures are done by certified field biologists?
They are, most of them are students doing their thesis on animals and stuff, so that it's like you know, they want to do that, they want to do this kind of stuff. It helps them, it helps us.
Is that part of the educational aspect for these soon-to-be experts to be on the property and develop more experience?
I'm not sure I understand.
Part of the educational aspect is not only for the people that come to learn about them, but actual these
No, they're the
teachers.
actual guys, yeah, no, these are students. These are students. They have no money, they're using this to further their education, to
Right,
write
definitely.
thesis papers. No, it's really all about that, and getting involved in the community with the kids and teaching in the school.
And moving on to the structures. Yeah, I think you said earlier that all of those items that are pictured have been on that property for 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
With regard to the, if you could open the book to exhibit 8,
8?
and then go to C, where the photographs start. So, are you there? If you go to the first one after Exhibit C, it has 4 pictures.
First one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and in the top left is a car, but to the right is the sink. Okay. Where is that sink located?
It's outside. It's outside of my shed, and it's not pumped in. Pumped in. It has a bucket that has water in it with a pump. It's activated by a foot pedal that brings the water out. So the supply water is a bucket of water. The drain drains into a bucket. So there is no plumbing or drains or gray water. And it's outside. It's not under any roof at all.
So it's outside, against the outer wall.
Yeah.
There's no well.
No well.
There's a little foot pedal there in that picture of yours, if you see that.
In the pump in the foot.
And there's a water there in a bucket to the right.
Sure.
And then underneath is a bucket that takes the gray water.
Correct.
What are we talking, which picture are we talking about?
The one we just passed, I'd like to make sure that's entered in.
Are you offering this as
Yes,
an exhibit?
yes.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
somebody,
Yeah, sorry.
I don't have any objection.
I mean, we emptied the bucket, so I'm sure she took a picture when we were emptying the bucket.
Now,
And I might add that the Farmington Valley Health KPI came to my house, unannounced, without a mask, knocked on the front door. My wife opened the door. She introduced herself, gave my wife a card, asked if I was home. I was at work. She called me from the front porch, and she asked me if she could see the toilet. And I told her, absolutely. She asked me what it was. I told her what it was, that it was a self-contained, no plumbing, camping toilet. I told her about the sink, the operation of the sink, and she said, can I see it? I said, absolutely. I said, I work during the day, you can come at 4:30. She said, I cannot make it at 4:30. She says, do you know Diane? I says, yes, I know Diane. She lives down the street. Diane who also works for the Farmington Valley Health. I said, she can absolutely come up and see it anytime. I get home at 4:30. I know we can, whenever she wants. Call me, schedule it. They never called, they never scheduled.
now I'm showing you a picture of a toilet that I believe you're holding. It's right under the microphone.
Yeah.
Is that the toilet that is in the same
Yeah, that's it.
photograph?
Sure.
Okay, and that's just a portable, pick it up,
It's all self-contained, yeah.
all self-contained?
Also,
And is that inside or outside?
that's outside.
And how is that private, we'll say? What's the configuration? Explain it for the hearing officer.
Well, it's a zigzag wall, so that's what the privacy is. You can walk in and turn. It has no roof. It's completely open. It's out on the side of the shed. The blocks have been there, okay?
Those are just concrete pavers?
Yeah, they're just concrete pavers. I use them for my deck. I have a pile. I have some on the side there. And mostly that shed and everything is stored, implements for tractors and stuff, building material, and here in the back of this, it's pavers, building material. So,
All home type?
yeah, all there, and all been there for 10 years, except for the toilet. Except for the toilet.
And is that a permanent structure affixed to the ground? or not?
No, I've moved that several times. I was sitting in my garden the first 2 years, and then after I cut the first time, I moved it again, and then I moved it to this location about 4 years.
And I would offer that picture of the portable
No
toilet.
objection.
I bought it at Clover Farms. I believe I still have the receipt and warranty for it. I also have pictures of it that date back to 2010.
Moving on to, if you go down a few pages to the two pictures of the, it looks like a tent.
Yeah.
Are those pictures of the same tent, or are they different? The two
No,
pictures,
these are the same exact thing, yeah. You can tell by the trees, but yes, they are the same exact thing.
so you have one tent on the property?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a tent, just so we're clear?
It's a blind. It's a one you buy on, Cabela's, and it's got fiberglass poles, and it springs open and it closes, and you can fold it up in 5 minutes and put it back in the bag and move it somewhere else. It's just fiberglass poles with camouflage canvas over it. So I'm not sure what the exact name of brand is, but it's a tent, it's a hunting tent. It's not fastened to the ground, completely portable, sets up in 5 minutes, takes down the fire.
And the purpose of it, that you have it, is for what?
Just in case, it's inclement weather or something, and guests may want to sit and view wildlife and take pictures.
The next page, if you turn, that looks like a tree house or a hunting blind.
Yeah.
What is it and how long has it been there?
Originally, it was a hunting blind. It's been there for over 10 years. It was built by my brother, and it was erected by my brother. It's only lag bolted into the tree. It sits on those timber. It can be moved. It can be moved at any time. It's all screwed together to the walls with panels. I'm sure that those can come off, the roof can come off. And those beams are not screwed to the tree. They're on the system so that they move. So the whole thing can be taken down and moved within a couple hours.
And is that ever used by you for the educational venture?
We have not used it. We have not used it for this. Not
It's
that
just
we
been-
would, we just haven't. First of all, it's got a ladder access, so it's not something I would probably let people. As a matter of fact, my plan is to take it down. But that was my plan anyway, before I even got it.
So that's not part of the educational operation. And the shed, I just want to make it clear, the original shed that we talked about, which is has all your
Yeah.
tools and things like that.
Sure.
Is that used in the educational operation?
No. It's a shed.
Is there any snack or beverage area or structure on that property at all?
None at all.
Well, if you turn the page, there's one more, I think it's called a viewing station or bear box.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any foundation to that?
No, none at all.
What is it, and is it movable?
It is a carport. It has a metal roof. It has metal framing to hold the roof up. And I suppose it's meant to be put, well, it has a bottom rail on it. And so, in order for me to be able to move it wherever I wanted to and use it forever what I wanted to, which is pretty much, I put it on 2x6 pressure treated wood that's screwed to the bottom rail. And then it's played across, so I can simply connect to that with my tractor and pull that wherever I need to pull it.
So on the top photo, on the left side, there's a piece of wood at the bottom. You put that on,
Yeah,
and you tie the chain to it?
Yeah.
And you drag it?
yeah, like it.
And it's not bolted or,
No, it's not fastened to the
Okay.
ground at all.
do you move that around?
Yes, I do. It depends where the bears are at, you know? They're not always in the same place. And believe it or not, my guests don't see bears every single visit. Some guests wait for 3-4 days. So I know we offer a guarantee, but the guarantee is you come back and tell you see them. I'm not gonna charge you again to see them and go through the courses. And we have other species which they can come see while they're doing it. And that's all free of charge. So that is our guarantee.
When you say species, you're talking the other animals?
Yeah, the other
Bobcats,
animals. Yeah.
beavers.
Yeah, birds, beavers, yeah. But that is completely movable, anywhere I want to move it.
I have no other questions.
Good evening, Mr. Ball.
Good evening, sir.
Let's pick up with the structures. And let's start with the toilet facility.
Sure.
Now, that's on, there are concrete pavers here, right?
I guess that's okay, yeah.
Is that what if you call them something different, that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, they're concrete papers.
Yeah. So what area, just X by X, how large an area are those concrete pavers, do those concrete pavers occupy?
I think you can put two of these tables together, and that's how big it is. So what's that? 8 by 4 by 8?
So, and within that 4 by 8 area, you're able to place a sink and a toilet, and there's a wall that divides the sink from the toilet, right? Okay. And there's a roof over there, isn't there?
No.
Oh, what is it, if you look at Exhibit C,
Sure.
in that photograph in the upper right-hand corner,
Yes, sir.
it looks like there's a piece of wood angling upwards at the top of that picture,
That
right?
is correct.
What's that?
That is a piece of wood.
Okay, and what's the purpose of that piece of wood?
That piece of wood is attached to the roof.
So there is a roof.
No, there is no roof. I said the piece of wood is attached to the roof and it goes down the other end to a beam.
What roof is it attached to?
On top of that is a tarp. The tarp, sir. The tarp is not a roof.
Okay. So you said the piece of wood was attached to the roof. What is that? What roof is it attached to?
That is attached to the shed roof.
Is there a shed on the other side, where we can't see in this picture, on the other side of the area where the bathroom, where the toilet is?
Yes, there is.
Okay. So is that toilet area built on the back of a roofed shed?
Actually, it's not attached to the shed. It is freestanding walls, okay, that are erected and they are they're in its L shape, so it gives you the privacy for the toilet, and the sink is up against that.
Is
So
it
the
L
L shape of it provides the stability for the wall. So that is simply laid on top of the paper.
Okay, so there's an L-shaped wooden wall?
Yes.
Okay, it's not U-shaped?
No.
So it's open on two sides?
It's not attached to the shed. The shed provides privacy from one side, and the other two walls, which are not attached to the shed, provide privacy on the other two sides.
I think I understand. So there's a shed.
Correct.
And then I'll say behind
Correct.
the shed, right? There.
But this is off of the shed.
Right.
It's an L shape,
Yep.
so you get the privacy of the toilet, but the wall is a freestanding wall.
Right. And then there's a piece of wood that supports a tarp roof, or tarp covering on top?
Yeah, it's just a tarp cover, it's just a tarp.
Okay. So and that's to protect from the elements.
Correct.
Okay.
It wouldn't do anything for snow or anything.
Now I'm going to ask you to turn to Exhibit 6. Are you there with me? Okay. And that's a part of a Facebook page for Nature Havens, and the date is April 20, right? Okay. Who maintains the Nature Havens website?
The Nature Havens website is maintained by a college graduate girl. I don't know her personally, but she's a young girl.
What's her name?
That I couldn't tell you.
You don't know her name?
Honestly, I don't.
Who does know her name?
Who does know her name?
Yeah, who is it that
Charlie could know her name because that would be part of what he does is the educational part is to write some of this stuff.
So-
I do write quite a bit myself, but I don't proofread everything that goes out.
Okay, so when you say Charlie, you mean Charles Munn?
Correct.
Okay, so he's involved in keeping the Facebook page and the website up to date?
No, I wouldn't say he's in charge of it. No.
No, he hires this unknown girl.
He get the girl.
Yeah. Okay, and you don't know her name, but Charlie Munn would.
Yeah, I'm a very busy person, yes, sir. I don't keep track of even everybody that works for me.
Okay. And on this Facebook page, it says, we assign to each group its own locked private bathroom. You see that? This is, I think you testified that this bathroom doesn't even have a door.
Yeah, right.
Right, so that's wrong.
Yeah, absolutely, it's wrong.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. And
Absolutely, that's, yeah. And if I had seen that when it came out, I would have said, but
okay,
it's
so,
wrong, it's wrong.
yeah. And as we go further down, it says the owners, a dynamic duo, and it identifies a PhD evolutionary biologist whose Princeton doctorate included work with pandemic disease transmission. That would be Charlie Munn? Okay. And I believe you testified that he's not in it.
That's correct.
You're the sole owner.
That's correct.
So that's wrong when it says he's an owner.
Yeah, that is wrong.
Okay.
It's like my business file, like why not tonight? Those are wrong.
I'm sorry,
When I had my attorney do the LLCs, naming it as a recreation, and I told him it's education, so that's wrong.
and so this is content that Mr. Munn put together for the website, or for the Facebook page, is that right?
I wouldn't know. He put it together. I'm assuming the girl put it together. And I can assure you, sir, there are many mistakes made on the website that I've corrected personally.
Okay, so who is,
So there are mistakes, and These are young college kids. They're learning, they make mistakes, they're not experts. It's not like I hired a professional firm to do the website or a professional firm or someone who's well-versed in Instagram and doing all this stuff. I understand it. I never go on it, but I understand it's an art, it's quite complicated. So,
In your business operation, who is responsible for maintaining the Facebook page? Is that Charlie Munn? Is that his responsibility?
No, sir, that's my, yep, that is mine.
That's your responsibility?
That is my responsibility.
And you delegate it to Charlie Munn?
Charlie helps me with it.
Yeah.
Yes, I
And
don't-
he delegates it to a college student?
Correct.
Where does that college student go to college?
I do not know, sir. I do not know the girl. She's relatively, we've had two of them. So now, there's two different people that have worked on her social media.
You pay them?
I do.
Okay. Do you have contracts with them, or how, do you just pay them?
I pay them.
Do they send you invoices? How does that work?
Yes, they're on payroll, we deduct all the taxes, we pay taxes on it, yeah.
Are they employees?
Yeah.
Okay. How many employees does Nature Havens have?
Currently, two.
And who are those employees?
There's a girl named Pauline. And there's Charlie who does the educational stuff.
So Charlie Munn is an employee of Nature Havens?
Yeah, I don't pay Charlie per se.
Who pays him?
Huh? Charlie's doing it I'm not paying Charlie.
Okay. Is Paulina getting paid?
Yes,
And who pays her?
Nature Haven.
Okay. And what is her job?
Her job is to find students that will do like their social media. Her job is to, deal with anybody that wants to take an educational course to make their own.
Is she related to Charlie Munn?
Yes, he is.
She's his daughter, isn't she? Yeah. So getting back to the structures, there's a tent. You identified a tent, right?
Yes.
How long has that tent been there?
I don't know exactly. 6 months.
Okay, so that tent hasn't been there for 10 years.
The tent hasn't been there.
Okay.
The tent, I've had the tent for probably 7 or 8, but in that particular location, 6 months.
Okay. Does anybody live in that tent?
No.
And the hunting blind, you say, has been there for 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. And it's not used by anybody who was associated with Nature Havens?
No.
Okay. Does anybody use it at all?
Once in a while I'll sit there.
Once in a while, I'm sorry.
Once in a while I will use it.
Okay. For what purpose?
Viewing.
Private viewing?
Yeah.
And the metal viewing station, that was sold or as a carport?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said something about a certified field biologist. Who is that?
a certified field biologist.
Yeah, you said that you had a certified field biologist providing education to people. Yeah, who's the certified field biologist?
Nick Warman is one of them.
Nick Lorman? And what is Nick an employee of Nature Havens?
Not currently.
What is his, does he volunteer for Nature Havens?
Some of his time was volunteer.
Does he have another full-time job?
That I don't know, sir.
Is he related to anybody associated with Nature Havens?
No, he's not.
Okay. When did you meet Nick Lorman?
Back in April or May.
Did you advertise for somebody to help you out? Okay, where'd you place that advertisement?
We just did it through local, word of mouth, local. So we didn't advertise.
So you asked around.
We asked around.
Okay. And who certified him as a field biologist?
He's going to college as a field biologist. That is his study course.
So he's a student?
Yeah.
And he's not paid to do this work?
He is paid.
By you?
Yes, sir. Nature Havens paid.
But he's not an employee?
No, he was an employee, yeah, an employee student. I paid him. He did volunteer work. He worked on his thesis while he was there.
I just want to make sure I understand. Nick Lorman is the person who you identified as the certified field biologist, and he's a paid,
Yeah.
and he's a paid employee of Nature Havens. How old is he?
I think he's in his 20s.
Okay. And can you tell me who has certified him as a field biologist?
No, I cannot, but I can tell you that he's on a college board. He's in that field of study. And he's already graduated college and he's working on his thesis. So.
Okay, so
He's more of a, he was a private contractor that did a lot of field work and stuff. So, and he has a car and he said he was a biologist. So,
do you know where he went to college?
I do not, sir.
Did you check his credentials when he told you that that he had a college degree and was working on a dissertation?
No, Charlie.
So he's somebody that Charlie recruited for the operation?
Correct, sir.
Do you know whether he lives in Hartland?
I do not, sir.
Do you know where he lives?
No, you asked me that already. And I said no, sir.
Okay, well, I apologize. Sometimes I forget the questions I ask.
I said no.
Yeah. So Nature Havens is a limited liability company, right?
Yes, sir.
And it operates its business at 217 Highway Road, isn't that right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And this may sound like a funny question, but do you have any, do you as owner of 217 Highview Road rent the property to Nature Havens? In other words, does Nature Havens, the company, pay you any?
I answer that, so I own Nature Havens.
Right.
But that's not relevant to this case.
Well, I'm just, what I want to know is does Nature Havens pay you to do its business at that property?
I think that's irrelevant.
Well, I'm asking you the question. Are you saying you're not going to answer the question? Okay, I'm going to assume from that do you have some sort of formal relationship with Nature Havens?
I own Nature Havens.
Right. And do you, as Mark Brault, individually an owner of 217 Highview Road, have a formal business relationship with Nature Havens?
No, not really. No.
Okay. Now, I can't force you to answer any questions, but can you tell me why you won't tell me whether Nature Havens pays to do business at your property?
Well, I just don't think it's relevant for where it's anyone's concerned, who I pay and what I pay them for.
You understand that the zoning regulations apply to you as the owner of the property? Okay, so if you're operating a business as Mark Brault, in addition to allowing Nature Havens to operate a business at the property, that would be relevant. Okay, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I do not. I do not pay them. That's what you're asking. Or
Do they
don't
pay you? Okay, that's all I was asking. Does Nature Havens identify its location on its website?
It does.
And where does it say it's located?
217 Hartland.
On the website? Okay, I'll represent to you that I've looked at the website several times and have never seen an address on it.
No. Okay.
All right. Again, the website is something that Mr. Brault does. I mean, Mr. Munn does. Do you know why he doesn't want to put the address on the website? Okay. Who is Alex?
Alex?
Alex, the person who gives a tour at Nature Havens and who, if you look at the affidavit of Barbara Douglas, she said that she was...
That's Charlie. Alex.
Alex, yeah.
Charles Alexander Monk.
So you call him Charlie?
I call him Charles, yeah.
Okay. And when he gives tours, he calls himself Alex. Is that right?
Apparently.
Do you know why he doesn't use his name?
That is his name.
Okay. Do you know why he doesn't call himself Charlie or Charles when he does business, when he gives tours on your property?
I know, I never asked him. I call him Charlie, because I don't see Charlie a lot.
And has he ever expressed any concerns to you that he doesn't want people to know that he's back in Hartland doing business with bears?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
I'm sorry. And is it, I believe you testified that, now, that Mr. Munn first came onto your property in 2020?
Correct.
When did you first meet him?
I think 2019. In July, something like that.
Mm-hmm. And where did you meet him?
I contacted him. I wrote him an email. And then he came over to the house.
So he was on your property in 2019?
Yeah, he said on the 14th.
Okay, so the first time he came onto your property was 2019?
Correct.
Okay. Did he tell you about other sites in Hartland where he did business?
No, he didn't tell me about other sites.
Okay, are you aware of any other sites in Hartland where he has conducted experiments?
I am not.
Okay. Could you look at Exhibit 10? Okay, and that first page there has a picture of a bear, right? And it says it's a photo at one of our test sites in Hartland, Connecticut. Was that photo taken on your property?
No, it was not.
Do you know where it was taken?
No, it was not.
Okay. And in this, at the top of this exhibit, he says, this was apparently in 2018, looked for sites, found several, reached agreement with owners of 2 sites near Barkhamsted Reservoir and Hartland as first 2 pilot sites. Did you have any agreements with Mr. Munn in 2018?
No, not at all. I didn't even know.
On the Nature Havens website, you offer field courses, right? And typically in a tour, you offer a short lecture at the outset, right?
Well, I don't think it's short, but we offer a lecture, you know,
Okay, less than an hour.
sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. And then next, you go for a walk in the woods and talk about what's around in the woods, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you provide visitors with the opportunity to view and photograph wildlife.
I don't provide them with that opportunity. The opportunity presents itself.
Well, that's what you advertise,
Well,
right? You advertise that visitors to your property will have the opportunity to view and photograph wildlife.
they will have that opportunity, yeah.
Right, and that's part of the business plan that you have, to offer people the opportunity to view and photograph wildlife. Right?
No, they have the opportunity to photograph wildlife after they take the educational course, after we have gone through and walked the course and explained to them what the bears eat, and what animals do and behavior and everything else. And on their way, they take photographs.
And if they don't see bears or lynxes on your property, and they don't have the opportunity to photograph them, you offer to give them part of their money back.
Well, part of the experience of the Edge program is we give them a lecture on about the bobcat, about the bears, what they do, what they eat, behaviors, language, animal language, and taking them out to view this is part of the experience, which they take pictures.
Right.
So, if they do not get to see that part of the educational process, they are allowed to come back to view the animal so that they meet the educational portion. And they take photographs all along the way, including the bathroom.
So you know that's why people come to your property. They come to your property because they want to see wildlife and they want to take pictures of wildlife.
I have people come to the property that don't want to take pictures. They just want to see the animal.
Okay.
So, you know, if they want to take pictures, they can take pictures.
Well, you promote your business as being photo-friendly, right?
Well, I guess I do, but I think that, you know, vacations are photo-friendly. Weddings are photo-friendly. So, you know, people go, they have an experience. I'm assuming they want to take photographs as a remembrance.
Right, and you,
Yes, we do say they can take photographs.
right, and in fact, on some of your materials, as we've seen, you refer to the experience as being photo-friendly.
Well, there's plenty of opportunities to take photos.
Yeah. And you charge a fee for these field courses.
I do, yeah.
And if people want to see and take photos of bears, you charge them $125 a person for an experience.
I charge them for the education.
Well, you charge them for the whole experience, don't you?
I charge them for the whole, well, no, not necessarily. I've had many people come on the property and take photographs that have not been charged.
Okay.
So,
But Nature Haven's business model is to...
there has not been one person that has taken the educational course that has not been charged.
The business model of Nature Havens is to charge people to come onto your property and have an experience, right?
An educational experience.
Right, and that includes viewing wildlife and taking pictures of the wildlife.
It does entail that,
Yeah, and in fact, if they can't get pictures or if they don't see wildlife, certain wildlife, bears and lynxes, you give them their money back.
No, that's not correct.
You give them part of their money back.
No, that's not correct.
What is the Nature Havens guarantee? It's all over your website.
Correct.
What is the Nature
I
Havens
explained
guarantee?
that before. If they take the educational course, and we cannot show them firsthand animal behavior, communication, vocalization, and they don't get any pictures, then we say you can come back. You can come back until you do get that experience.
So you give them credit towards future visits?
Sure.
Okay. And is it also true that if you purchase the bear course but see no bear, you receive a $75 refund per person?
Well, I mean, if someone's from far away and they don't want to come back, I wouldn't keep the money.
Yeah.
If that's what you're asking.
Okay.
But for the most part, they just get to come back and you have that experience.
Do you have a written curriculum for the field courses?
We do.
Okay. And have you produced that today?
We give them,
It's not an exhibit now.
No. No. Do you have a written plan of instruction that your teachers follow?
I believe we do.
Okay. Have you seen that?
I think I glanced at it, but again, I'm not the academic portion of the business.
Who is?
Charlie.
And do you provide written materials to your visitors?
Yeah,
What kind of written materials?
I can answer that for you, sir.
Do you provide them with textbooks?
There are books, yeah.
And are the visitors, are they given the books as part of their fee?
No, I don't believe they're giving them to them, but I think we have it for them to do, show them.
Are they required to look at them as part of their field instruction?
They're not required to do anything.
Right. Now, is there a sequence to the field courses such that once you finish one aspect of the bear study, you can move on to the next aspect?
Sure.
Okay. And that's a structured curriculum that Charlie organizes? Okay, but you haven't seen the written presentation of that structure?
I've seen some of it, yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's not very good.
So let's say you go out and you see bears on one visit.
Sure.
What's the next course on bears about?
It could be on vocalization.
It could be?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it?
What do you mean?
What's the sequence?
That is, I haven't seen the entire written curriculum of what they do, what they plan on doing, and what it's going to involve into. So yes, I know we have a written curriculum and a guide that our guides follow, or the biologists follow, and what is going to get covered. But I know that that's changed. And we add to it and we take off of it depending on what species are around, because the bears aren't always there. So we do birds or beavers, or we do some other species. So if they don't see the bears, they either get to come back to see the bears, we give them credit for their money, they'll get to view other species on the property.
Do you have any testing for your students?
Such as,
I don't know. Do you do any testing to assess whether they've absorbed the information that you give them?
yeah, I think we do a review with them, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And do you provide certifications or when they complete your courses or any other kind of diploma that gives some kind of recognition?
Yeah, I believe that's in the works, too.
That's in the works, but you haven't done that yet.
Yeah, no, sir, we really got open before we got shut down.
And your field courses are open to the general public, right? There's no prerequisites for admission to your field courses.
Not at this point, no.
Okay. Do you have an identifiable group of students who are regularly provided instruction at the Nature Havens facility? Do you have a student body? So you've had some people who've come back more than once, right? Okay. But of the 7 people who've been there, how many have come back more than once?
4 or 5.
Mm-hmm. And are you accredited, is Nature Havens accredited by any organization? No? Does anybody oversee, does any state or local organization apart from the town of Hartland oversee what you're doing there? And you've been running the business there since April, you say?
Fernando's seen it.
Right, but he doesn't have any responsibilities with respect to that business?
No.
And he doesn't have any oversight authority? I noticed that in one of the exhibits, there was a reference to taxes included on the fees charged by Nature Havens. Does Nature Havens remit taxes to the state of Connecticut?
We did.
Okay. When was the last time, well, let me take that back. I believe you testified that Nature Havens hasn't had anybody come there since the cease and desist order was issued. Is that by design, or is that just because people haven't shown any interest?
I know we have a lot of interest. We haven't had interest.
Okay. So when you say you have a lot of interest, what does that mean? Does that mean you continue to be contacted by people who want to come to Nature Havens? What do you tell them?
We tell them that we're temporarily not taking care of it.
So you've temporarily suspended your business? Okay. You haven't put anything on your website that reflects that the business has been suspended temporarily? Have you ever applied for a variance or an exception that would allow Nature Havens to conduct a business at 217 Highview Road?
No, I wasn't aware of any that we had to, I read the zoning. I didn't see anything there.
Okay, and just to be clear, you've also never sought the zoning enforcement officer's approval for any structures at the property?
I didn't even know who he was, and he could have contacted me, could have called me, and really sending me a phone number without, not even in a letter, anyway. It was kind of, I wouldn't even know to call him. It never even occurred to me. I wouldn't know who to call, honestly.
So when you got the notice of violation, you didn't think it would be appropriate to call them up and say, hey, we're an educational institution and we can do
I
this?
thought they would be in touch with me. I thought they'd want to talk or something.
They sent you a letter.
They sent me a citation.
Right. And they invited you to contact Mr. Eisenhower.
Maybe, I didn't see that, but maybe.
Okay.
I would assume I would have gotten a phone call. So, yeah, I didn't contact him. Is that your question?
Yep.
I did not contact him.
Right. Just a few final questions. Mr. Munn lives in Maryland, is that right? Okay. And I know I probably asked you this before, but I honestly don't remember the answer to the question. Does he get paid any money by Nature Havens? Okay. And he doesn't have any income, any interest in the income that Nature Havens receives? How often is he at your property in Hartland?
Not very often.
Okay. What does that mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, it varies. He's been there, in spurts. But when I've needed him, I've called him in. He's spent a few days, sometimes even a few weeks. For the most part, he's taking care of his other engagements, and I do not see him. I only can communicate with him on the phone.
Did you build an artificial bear den on your property?
I built a lot of them.
You do?
A lot of them.
And do you put sunflower seeds in those dens to attract bears to them?
No, sir.
Okay. I guess I'm getting a little bit beyond this one, I'm sorry.
You're ahead at this point.
Yes, I-
We need to finish with the zoning.
I'm about to finish. I was just going to ask whether Mr. Munn stays on your property when he's in Hartland.
No.
Okay. That really wasn't the last question.
I have no, I have no questions.
Are we ready to close the matter in regards to your?
I think so.
Yes.
Any last words in regards to zoning? Or do you want to reserve last words to the very end and both inclusive?
Let's do both at the very end. I think that's what we're talking about.
Okay, for the record, we thank you. You're all set, sir. Thank you, David, sir.
I know.
To get caught back up in regards to the bear feeding violation. You've already presented your exhibits. You're
Right.
about to present
All right, Jim.
Officer Hartland as a witness.
Yeah.
Here. Does anybody need to take a break before we continue? All right. Okay. John through?
Exactly.
Okay. If you would, I remind you of your oath, and if you would, please just state your name and title for the record.
Yes, I am Jennifer Abelan. I am the animal control officer and hearing officer for the town of Hartland.
Okay. And in that capacity, Ms. Adeline, you're authorized to enforce the town's bear feeding ordinance?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And if we take a look at Exhibit 12, that's a July 29, 2020 notice of violation, cease and desist order that you signed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it relates to the feeding of bears on property located at 217 Highview Road in Hartland, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that notice of violation says an investigation has shown that a commercial business using the name Nature Havens is being operated on the property and that the business is engaged in the feeding of bears in violation of the bear feeding ordinance. Do you
Yes,
see
sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what information did you base your,
I had gotten-
if you allow me to finish the question. Did you base the notice of violation letter on?
I based my notification on a few items. One, I was contacted by Melissa from the DEP in regards to pictures of baiting sites and scat with black sunflower seeds in it. Prior to that, we had talked about some people being near the property and on the property and the bears being in that vicinity and Charles Munn being present, which made everything kind of click.
Why is that?
Charles Munn, I met Charles Munn prior to our ordinance. He tried to smooth talk me into, being animal control and being a part of this whole tourism job that he had going on. He had another location in the town of Hartland, and he was looking for other land owners in the town of Hartland at the time.
And did he tell you that he was feeding bears?
Yes, he did.
And that was in what year?
That was 2019.
Okay.
He actually admitted where he got it. He would go get where he would get his supplies.
I'm going to just object. She's testifying for someone who's not here, which obviously, like hearsay. I know the rules are relaxed, but we're a little off course here.
It would be hearsay if this is what he stated first.
Well, that's what she was just saying.
We've been doing that all night. All the witnesses have been doing it all night.
Yeah, she's stating as to what she was told. I understand Mr. Munn isn't here to cross the witness.
And back in 2019, did you understand that from Mr. Munn that he was going to stop feeding bears in Hartland?
Just after our ordinance hearing at the town of Hartland, he informed us that he was going to pack up and leave the town.
And then, when in this year did you learn that bears were being fed in the vicinity of 217 Highview?
Oh, back in April. April was the beginning, April and May.
And that was the information that you received from Melissa at Deep?
Correct.
Okay. And again, that was, she told you that she'd observed buckets, bear bait, you said?
Correct.
What does that mean?
Buckets, I call them mud buckets, but it's a plastic bucket you get at Home Depot,
Yeah.
you know, with stuff in it.
Okay. And she also told you that she saw bear scat with sunflower seeds?
Yes, sir.
And that's the information on which you based the notice of violation?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in the notice of violation, you advised the Brawls to cease and desist from feeding bears on their property?
Yes, sir.
And you advised them to do that by August 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Have they contacted you to advise you that they've complied with the order?
No, sir. I went to their property and was not greeted, and I contacted the previous attorney twice. And he
Mr. Broderick?
Mr. Broderick, and stated that Mr. Brault did not want me on his property whatsoever.
That's all I have. Ms. Allen.
You stated that you were first contacted by someone from DEP.
Yes.
Who was that?
Melissa?
And she's a volunteer
Correct.
with them?
Correct.
Seasonal worker?
Correct.
And your evidence to issue the citation originally was based on what evidence?
I was speaking with Melissa. I had also spoke to another person, and that there was a lot of hiking there on the property. A couple people from the land trust, and a lot of bear activity, a lot of scat with the seed in it. And then when I spoke to Melissa, she had told me that she herself had witnessed the scat, the seed in it, and the bait buckets at that time.
Did you ever look into that or investigate or
Yes, I
call?
did, and I actually tried to contact Mr. Brault because I figured if Mr. Brault would speak to me, we would have solved this a long time ago.
When was that?
First time I went to his property was this 20th, sometime of May.
Did you
And then
talk to
when-
him?
No. And I placed a phone call to his house, left a message. His gate was closed. I don't go in through a gate. I left my business card stuck in his gate.
Did you had a home phone number for him?
I thought it was a home phone number for him. It went to a general voicemail that says, number, the original, one of those original.
How'd you get the number?
I Googled it, went in there, tried to find Mr. Brault, and I thought I had it for West Hartland. And just left a general message as, this is Animal Control, please give me a call.
Did you review the affidavit of Melissa?
I have not had the opportunity to.
So that doesn't enter into your basis for issuing the citation?
No, her and I have spoken. I also spoke to Barbara as well. And Barbara was concerned about the way the bears are behaving and licking things.
Barbara who?
Barbara Douglas.
Our star witness that isn't here.
She's not here because she fears for her life. Mr. Peralt's not a very friendly man.
We'll let that go. So you never looked at these photos of bear activity and
Yes, I
tag?
have.
Oh, you have looked at it?
Yes.
Oh, that's what I asked you. I thought you
Okay,
said
I
you had.
didn't read the affidavit. I looked at it, I've seen the pictures, and I've spoken to Melissa.
Okay. And do you realize that some of these clusters are not even on Mr. Broad's property?
Yes, I actually have a colored page of mine, and I know where Mr. Brawl's property is, and I can see the cluster of, on his property. I also see clusters other places, because
Right.
there's more than just a few bears in town.
Correct. All right. Have those people been cited for bear feeding in those
It's
other
state
clusters? State property.
There's state property around them and things, and et cetera.
So there's clusters on state property.
I'm sure there's, I don't have, is it in this book? That what you're showing me? What
Yes.
page?
Exhibit 14.
Because I'm wondering if we're looking at the same one.
Well, there's a bunch of them. That's why I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
Okay, so what page are you on, please?
Exhibit 14.
Yes, you do.
What page, sir?
Exhibit 14. There's, and then Exhibit A, there's A, B, C, and a number of these,
Okay, well, I actually have a better copy of what I have, and, so I see the pipeline, believe that and there's Highview Road, Mr. Brought's, property is here, so I would say that the bears, if he has 67 acres of land, I'm an animal control officer, I don't do, but, I do see bears other places.
right.
But in that cluster, I would assume that would be his property if his home is right there.
So I guess the point is, there are clusters on his property
Yes, sir.
and there's clusters on other people's property.
Correct. And there is, there's a couple of the bears that stuck in that area, that one area on his property, and that one cluster, they just never seem to go away.
How do you know that?
Oh, because I know the readings of their, their chips and their collars.
And you can tell from these that the yellow is the exact same ones?
Well, there's, the DEP also hasn't noted.
And they've noted them in different areas as well.
Some other bears, there's a few that frequent that one area.
So, other than speaking to Melissa, you spoke to Barbara, any other evidence that you have with regard to intentionally feeding of bears on Mr. Burrell's property?
No other evidence.
Nothing you've told us touches upon the intentional nature of feeding. So you have no evidence of the intentional feeding of bears?
No, I just have what I was given to by a DEP officer, Melissa.
Well, no, she's not a DEP officer.
She
She's
works
a
for the
volunteer
park.
summer,
She's not a volunteer, she's a seasonal worker.
it says volunteer on there.
Okay.
Volunteer and durational work opportunities with DEP.
Yeah, it says I have pursued. I don't know. You're right. I can't tell from this whether she's a volunteer.
Well, either way,
It doesn't matter.
she's a seasonal resource at the best case scenario, so we'll go with that.
And she works with the top bear biologist.
Now, on the notice, if you would turn to that, which is Exhibit 12.
The cease and desist order?
Yes. One thing just before, this was dated July 29th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And you did receive a response from a prior attorney representing Mr. Brull, Michael Broderick, on August 6th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there was some communication back to you.
Yeah, he actually
You weren't
came up to
ignored.
the town of Hartland when we spoke face to face.
Okay, so there was a reach out to you. It wasn't as if he ignored you completely, Mr. Brock.
Not Mr. Brock. His attorney came up to us and handed us a paper and a check, I believe, at that time. And then I hand-delivered paperwork to him at his office.
Did he tell you they were contesting that this was not true?
Yes, he did tell me. He told me, I asked him if I could get permission from the Bronx to go on their property, because if he could prove to me that he's not baiting bears, then I'm done. And I was denied 3 times.
Shouldn't you have to prove that he is baiting bears?
Now I do.
Now, in the ordinance, it specifically says, under section 2, no person shall be assessed a civil penalty pursuant to section 2 unless the person has first been issued a prior written warning for a violation of section 1A. Do you have that prior written warning?
We sent him the cease and desist order. We did not do any monetary fines or anything against him. I sent the cease and desist order to ask him to stop feeding the bears, if in fact he was feeding the bears.
Well, let me ask this question. Do you have a written warning prior to this cease and desist?
No, the cease and desist is the warning.
And doesn't it assess a penalty? Civil penalty at a rate of 100 per day will be imposed for each day?
If he continues to feed. If you read on there, it says to immediately remove any edible material.
Okay, so
Once I issued this, I waited. I've asked to be on his property. I have not gotten that opportunity to have him say, hey, Jen, come on over. Come on over, check this out. Never happened. Okay? Not that I didn't ask, by any means. And I did not charge him any fine. I haven't fined him because I haven't seen it since I gave this notice.
well, we're here because he's been cited and fined for violating the bear ordinance. That's why we're
He
here.
has not been fined
Well,
on the bear ordinance. He's been fined on the others, but I have not fined him.
it says,
He hasn't been fined.
He has not been fined.
I don't,
All I wanted to do is not...
The notice specifically says that he's been warned.
He's not been fined by me.
He's been ordered to cease and desist.
so this says that a civil penalty at a rate of $100 per day will be imposed after August 3rd. If
If he continues to feed.
Okay, so is there any evidence that you have today that's been submitted that he's been feeding bears intentionally after August 3rd?
No.
I have no other questions.
No, I don't have any other witnesses. I would invite Mr. Brawl to tell us that he's not feeding bears on the property. That would be helpful.
I'll ask him that question.
Okay.
Mr. Brault, have you intentionally baited bears or fed bears on your property?
No.
Have you ever done it after August 3rd?
No.
Have you done it before August 3rd?
No.
I have no other question.
Okay. Now, just a few. So you're denying that you've ever intentionally fed bears on your property?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Have you allowed other persons to come onto your property and feed bears?
No, sir.
You have set up a bear box, a bear viewing location at specific locations, at a specific location on your property, right? Okay. And that's a location that bears predictably come to.
They're berries, they move around.
So you move, how often, when was the last time you moved that box?
Oh, 3 months ago?
Okay, so before or after the visit on July 7th by Ms. Douglas?
Oh, that was before.
Okay. And you're saying that there's no food or other attractants that are placed at that location to attract bears? They just come there?
That's correct.
All sorts of different bears?
All sorts of different bears.
Can you explain why they come to that location?
It's probably because it's in their travel route and that the habitat is so rich that it becomes appealing to them.
Now, there's one of the pictures that's attached to the Douglas affidavit is of a bear that appears to be sticking his nose into a stone circle. Are you familiar with that picture? Because if you're familiar with the stone circle near a tree that's near that bear box. There are a couple of pictures, actually.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the pages aren't numbered. So if you go to, there's, the first picture is one, there's only one picture. It's a big picture with the bear with his nose in the ground. Yeah, okay. And then the next page over is a picture of a bear with his nose in the ground near some stones, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it they're looking for there?
I'm not the bear, sir.
You're what?
I'm not the bear, sir. I wouldn't know what they're looking for.
But you're an expert, right? You're an expert in animal
They're
behavior.
looking- They're checking it out for food.
Okay.
They could be checking it out for other bear smells. So it could be various reasons why they're checking. It could be movement that they're looking for, and not for food.
So what do you think? You think they're looking for food there? Based on these
No,
photographs?
sir, I wasn't there when I took this picture, so I have to see the animal's behavior prior to this picture being
Mhm.
taken.
Now, these bears are pretty accustomed to being around people, aren't they?
I couldn't answer that. I've seen some bears that just run away,
Uh-huh.
and I see bears that don't run away. So
You guarantee that people will see bears on your property, right? And you take them to a specific location to see bears.
different locations, yeah.
Well, the bear box is at a specific
That's
location.
one location, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Not the only location.
What about the lynxes? Do you feed them on your property?
I do.
Okay. So you feed the lynxes to attract them, but not the bears?
No.
I'll take it one at a time. You feed,
I don't feed the bobcats. They get a snack. They get a snack, yeah.
you give them snacks?
Yeah, the bobcat gets a snack, yeah.
Yeah, and
It's
that,
not to attract the bobcat.
they get a snack what, so they stay there while people take pictures of them?
They get a snack, yeah, when they come.
Yeah, and that's to keep them there so that people can take pictures of them, right?
No, it's not to keep them there. They can come and go as they please.
Well, why do you give them snacks? They're wild animals.
Why do I?
Yeah.
Well, I have my reasons, but they're not up for really discussion the way I do that with
Okay.
bobcats. That's not illegal to feed a bobcat. I've been doing it for more than 30 years.
Right. So you feed bobcats on your property, but not bears. I just want to make sure.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you've heard testimony and seen about bear scat found in the vicinity of your property in 2020 that contains substantial amounts of sunflower seed, right? Okay. Are you aware of any significant sunflower patches in the forest near your property?
A lot of bird feeders. A lot of
In the
bird-
forest?
Oh, yeah.
So who puts the bird feeders in the forest?
Well, I have a lot of bird feeders.
So that
My neighbor has a lot of bird feeders. I'm just on the other side of the nature sanctuary has bird feeders.
And so are you suggesting that the bears are taking food from your bird feeders?
Everybody's bird feeders, yeah.
Yeah, okay, and that would account for a significant amount of sunflower seed and bear
I
scat?
saw a picture of a scat. One,
2.
okay, two. There's two,
Scat with sunflower seed.
okay.
Okay. So, and let me just back up a little bit. So there aren't sunflower patches out there in the woods, right?
No.
Okay. That's all right. A couple more questions, I'm sorry. And this is really just to confirm my understanding. You've never fed bears on your property, and you're not going to feed bears on your property. Is that right?
I'm not gonna feed birds.
Okay, that's all.
I have no question.
I'll throw out one there also. Any last, we'll start with you, if you like last words.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to address the alleged zoning violations first. The Brault property is in an R1 rural residential zone, and business and commercial activity is generally not allowed in that zone. Now, the Braults have claimed that their property is being used for educational purposes, and that the educational purposes are allowed by the zoning regulations. There's been no evidence that the zoning regulations, there are two different sections of the zoning regulations that address educational purposes. One is educational purposes for a duly incorporated nonprofit body. That's not in play here. The provision of the zoning regulations that are in play is section Roman numeral 4(1)(5), which allows an educational institution operated for profit to operate in a rural residential zone. Nature Havens is not an educational institution. Its primary purpose is to provide visitors with an outdoor experience with the specific opportunity to view and photograph wildlife, including bears and bobcats. Charles Munn is associated with this venture. In his 2018 report card, Exhibit 10, he outlines a plan for bear tourism. That's what this is all about. He talks about Connecticut bear tourism. He talks about photographic tourism. He notes that Hartland's location is between New York and Boston and is an ideal location to commercialize bear tourism. Now, this is the man who is not an owner of Nature Havens, but a partner with Mr. Brault in the operation of Nature Havens, and that's clear. In fact, he's charged with the educational side of the business. If you look at Exhibit 9, it's an email from Mr. Munn to Judy Hogg. And he says, I would like to start, this is in June of 2019, says what he wants to do. I would like to start bringing paying photography guests and nature lovers to photograph and simply observe wildlife on some private properties. There's no mention of education in that communication. that's the template for what Nature Havens is doing at 217 Highview Road. The certificate of organization that was filed for Nature Havens in April of this year. It identifies the nature of the business as arts, entertainment, and recreation, and specifically nature parks and other institutions. There's a specific category in the NAICS codes for educational services, and that wasn't used. So in April of this year, Nature Havens told the Secretary of State of the state of Connecticut that they were going to be engaging in an arts, entertainment, and recreation business. They didn't say they were going to be doing education there. And by the way, offering education as a part of an overall outdoor experience doesn't make you an educational institution. The web pages clearly show that Nature Havens is charging its customers for the opportunity to view and photograph wildlife, including bears and bobcats. That's underscored by the guarantee, which says you get a refund or partial refund or a credit if you don't see a bear or a lynx. They're essentially promising customers that they'll see the animal, and that's the primary experience that they're offering. It's not about education, it's about seeing animals in the wild. And of course, we know that they charge customers for these visits. We know that it's a for-profit enterprise. We know that the primary purpose is not education, but to commercialize animal viewing in Connecticut. Even if there's an educational component, it's not an institution by any stretch of the term. And I'd actually brought the same Black's Law Dictionary definition with me today, and I was going to use that to discuss what an educational institution is, because it does offer a definition. It says an educational institution is a school, seminary, college, university, or other educational facility, though not necessarily a chartered institution. That's the primary definition of an educational institution. And then it goes on to say, as used in a zoning ordinance, all buildings and grounds necessary to accomplish the full scope of educational instruction, including those things essential to mental, moral, and physical development. So what that's saying is that when you're concerned with zoning, you're not just concerned with the building where they teach people, but the grounds and the buildings on those grounds that are involved in, that are associated with a school, a seminar, a college, a university, or other educational facility. And that's what the zoning cases say. There's not a single zoning case that says a person who brings people onto their property to view wildlife, and in the course of that provides some educational content, qualifies as an institution, an educational institution. So it's important to draw the distinction between providing education and being an educational institution whose primary function is to educate people. And by the definition in Black's Law Dictionary, what an educational institution is, it's a school, it's a seminar, it's something that has a student body, a faculty, a formal curriculum, a course of study, a diploma or some other certification when you complete that course of study, some way of measuring how a person is being educated. This is just a business that provides viewing opportunities to people and wants to attract people from New York and Boston and elsewhere to go out into the woods and see wild animals and photograph them. And if they provide some educational content along the way, if they talk about bears, that doesn't make them an educational institution. I mean, it's common sense. It's pure common sense. You know an educational institution when you see one. This company is not an educational institution. So that's the first element of the zoning violation. With respect to the structures on the property, accessory buildings that are allowed under the zoning regulations include uses customary with and incidental to a permitted use. Now, putting a portable garage structure out in the woods to view bears is simply not a building used for permitted, for incidental to residential use of that property. And I don't think anybody would debate whether that was the case. It doesn't matter, and Mr. Eisenhower said, it doesn't matter whether it's permanent or temporary. What matters is what the function, whether it's an accessory building that complies with the zoning regulations. And in order to comply with the zoning regulations, and by the way, they do talk about the kinds of structures that are allowed in the zoning regulations. You can have a roadside stand. You can have a building where you slaughter livestock. Buildings used in connection with a farm. And there are a number of things that are allowed, but buildings in the forest to view bears and other wildlife are not structures that are accessory buildings incidental to residential use. Nor is a public restroom facility. And that's what Mr. Brault has constructed on his property. You've seen the pictures, you've heard his testimony. A toilet offered to paying guests is not a use incidental to residential, to the residential use of that property. It's incidental to a business use, and that's not allowed. So those are my comments on the zoning regulations. I don't think there's a lot to talk about at this point with respect to the notice of violation with respect to bears, because Mr. Brault has now told us under oath that he's not feeding bears on his property, and that he didn't feed bears on his property, and he's not going to do it in the future. So with that, that's the end of my comments.
Can I just clarify that there's no action being taken with regard to the bear ordinance based upon what was presented today?
That's correct. So we're not asking for fines. The cease and desist has been complied with. Or there was no need. Yeah, sorry.
For clarification,
Yeah,
I'll make that call at the end.
I'm sorry.
But
I don't know if he
based upon
withdrew it or not.
citation- Well,
No, I wasn't
he didn't-
withdrawing.
He didn't withdraw it.
Right, well, that's
But based upon this last paragraph here, no fine has been assessed. Haven't quite reached the part where I agree with that. Okay. Why don't we listen to your last words, and then per statute and ordinance, I'll render a decision, and hopefully we'll all be on our way here.
So I'll start with the bear feeding ordinance just to make sure. I don't think the ordinance was followed. I think there had to be a written warning before the actual cease and desist and automatic fine that would be imposed. I
In
know
regards to the,
bear feeding
in
ordinance.
regards to the.
So from a legal standpoint, that's my first comment. And then I don't think there's any testimony that there was actual bear feeding, let alone intentional bear feeding, which is required under the statute. And under oath, Mr. Brault testified that he has not been feeding bears, does not intentionally feed bears, and will not be feeding bears. So I think with that, it's our belief that that should be dismissed. With regard to the zoning violation, I disagree with the comment made by Mr. Witherington with regard to the common sense look at it. I have a small brief that I'd like to give you that it describes our position on the educational institution and the definition of it. When it doesn't, when it's not defined within an ordinance, what one looks at. And it specifically, the case of Hine versus Zoning Board of Appeals specifically says, if a statute or regulation does not sufficiently define a term, it is appropriate to look at the common understanding.
Cannot bring in new information.
Well, it's just law. It's just law, it's not fact.
Well, I'm going to object to receiving any briefs. That's not part of the procedure.
Okay, then I'll just
If you
state
would
it.
like to state it
Yeah, I'll
as
state
your
it.
last
That's
words,
right.
I will listen to it, but I'm not going to accept it as an exhibit. I can't accept it as an exhibit.
Sure. Specifically, the educational institution term is not defined in the zoning regulations for the town of Hartland. The case of Hine versus Zoning Board of Appeals, 289 Connecticut 709, a 2008 case, specifically says, if a statute or regulation does not sufficiently define a term, it is appropriate to look at the common understanding of the term as expressed in a dictionary. We provided one dictionary term, Black's Law Dictionary. I find it interesting that the town did submit exhibits with regard to the term educational institution, but they did not put in the Black's Law one. There's a reason, because it favors us. And that Black's Law Dictionary specifically talking about when it comes to a zoning ordinance, there's a very straightforward definition of it. And if you look at Merriam-Webster's dictionary, education is defined as the action or process of educating or being educated. And then institution says an established organization or corporation. And if you look at those very common, that's exactly what's occurred here. Now, with regard to the education component, the exhibits used by the town support our position. The affidavit that was submitted by our star witness, Barbara Douglas, specifically said she attended a lecture. She took pictures of the PowerPoint presentation. Mr. Brault testified they have PowerPoint presentations for this. There was a biologist there with a computer, a PowerPoint, and they provide lectures. In the other website, they tried to use a lot of evidence within the websites and social media, but if you look at that, it's replete with educational experience, learning, all of those things. And I think the specious evidence of what's going on there would lead one in fairness to believe that there is clearly an educational component of what's happening here and fits within this definition and is as of right allowed within that R1 zone. Now, beyond that, it again says, it gives August, well, let me start with, they put an arbitrary date of June 15 as the date that he believed it occurred. There was no basis for that. It's one that he picked. And coincidentally, if you look at the bear feeding ordinance, they picked the same date. And there's no correlation, there's no evidence as to when the alleged business occurred. And remember, he can have a business called Nature's Haven, LLC. It's what's occurring on the property that would be the violation. And there isn't sufficient evidence to show that there's been an ongoing violation on that property from June 15th. And then beyond that, the zoning enforcement officer testified that he gave the cease and desist, and then he had no evidence as to what was occurring after. So there should be no fine, because after August 3rd, there was testimony that since the cease and desist was issued, there was no activity of this educational component going on the property at all. No visitors, nothing. And with regard to a potential fine, I think it's per occurrence. And the occurrence is what occurs on the property. Not that Nature's Haven is an LLC and exists, because that can occur and there'd be no violation. It's what occurs on the property, and what occurred on the property, he stated that there were we'll call them 7 visits over the course of the entire time. That's what this is all about, 7 visits. So in the best case scenario for the town, if you believe everything they say, I would think the best evidence would be 7 visits. We obviously don't agree with that, and we don't think there's any, because we think it's as of right allowed. And we think it's very ironic, and I must say this. I go to many zoning hearings. Most of the hearings, especially when there's a large crowd, they're because there's a development going in that they don't want in their backyard. This is a first that I'm working on behalf of a conservationist, a wildlife enthusiast, trying to improve a habitat and have animals and educate people, and we're defending that in a town. I find it incredibly ironic. And there's no evidence that it's anything other than that. And we believe it's as of right. He's doing good things on that property, as is set forth by the federal government that provided a grant for him to do this. This is not a guy just out there throwing meat in a bucket like I believe the town originally thought from hearing other people, but not doing their own investigation. And that leads to the last point. From an investigation standpoint, I just don't think that the town, with all due respect, did what they should have done with regard to this, and we could all save a lot of time if they really not only listened to other people, but went to the source and made a phone call, knocked on the door, and done it before these were issued to get some of these answers. And I don't think that's on my client. And once he got the cease and desist, what did he do? He went to a lawyer. The lawyer went to the town. That's on the town to do. And the town didn't do their job, and he's already paid a price, both from a reputational standpoint, from an economic standpoint, having us here today and going through this. He's already paid a price that would not have occurred if the town did its due diligence. And we believe that there is no zoning violation because of it's an as of right educational institution activity and use on that property. And then with regard to the structures, there are no, I think we've made it clear, and there's no other evidence that there's any permanent structure that was used for a unallowed business purpose on that property. In fact, everything that was there long before this business was even thought of. And they're trying to bootstrap a washing station into a public bathroom, a shed into something, a hunting blind that's been there for 10 years into something, a tent into something. So from a structure standpoint, I don't believe there's anything permanent. I don't believe that it's related to a business that isn't allowed on that property. And I think Mr. Broad's been forthcoming with regard to exactly what he's done on the property, what his intentions were. And in fact, I think it's all within in line and is a positive as opposed to a negative. I have nothing else.
You have a copy of Fort Ashland tax file that you can look at. 4-1-5 that I can take a look at.
Yes.
Mr. Brault, I'm ready to render a decision into it. In regards to the 3 cease and desists and notice of violations that were issued to you, the one regarding inland wetlands water courses violation, that was rescinded, retracted from the town.
Yes.
So for all intent and purposes, and for the record, it no longer exists. That's been withdrawn from the town. In regards to the bear feeding violation, the cease and desist order in regards to that, you understand that no fine was levied against you in regards to that offense? That you stated for the record and under oath that you did not feed bears, that you were not going to allow bears to be fed on your property in the future. I am, however, going to order that the animal control officer for the town of Hartland issue you a written warning in regards to that. Given your association with your business partners, that there was a probability that it did occur. I'm not saying that you were responsible, but it is your property. Okay? I'm going to have the enforcement officer issue a written warning. If you do indeed keep your word, then there shouldn't be any issues and you do not have a fine levied against you in the future. In regards to the notice of violation and citation cease and desist order for the violation of zoning regulations, based upon what I've heard and read here tonight, the 2 structures of concern do not appear to be accessory structures to your residence, and I believe them to be part of your business. Assessing you a fine of $50 per violation per structure per day, starting on July 7th, which was the date of Barbara Douglas's field course, and ending on July 29th, the date of the notice of cease and desist, at which time you state you no longer were conducting business on your property. That comes to a fine of $2,200. Also, in regards to the business being conducted on the property, you failed to seek an application for that, for which, had you done so, the zoning officer under statute would have assisted you in the process and ensuring that everything was being conducted on the property according to the ordinances and the laws. So in regards to that, I would hold that you continue to cease and desist operating the business or allowing the business to operate at the property, including but not limited to all forms of advertising until such time as you do submit that application and have it in hand. In regards to the structures, I'll give you 30 days to remove those structures and abate those sites back as best as you can to the way they were previous to the structures being put there. And at the end of the 30 days, permit Hartland officials to make a site visit to ensure that that work has been done and that you're in compliance.
Clarification, you said two structures. Which two are we talking
The
about?
structures being the bathroom, which is attached or semi-attached to the shed.
The shed is
It has the cement flooring to it, the pavers, and also the second structure being the bear box.
Carport?
The
Carport.
carport, the bear viewing area.
So it's a carport, bear viewing area structure in the bathroom, which is
And the
attached to the shed.
To the shed. Have those structures removed and just abate the site as best you can to the way it was prior to the structures being placed on there at the time you started your business. At the end of 30 days, starting tomorrow, from tomorrow's date, allow the appropriate Hartland officials onto the site to ensure that you comply with that. Failure to do so, obviously, we're going to start assessing you per day for those violations, inclusive today. And that'll be cumulative, okay? Understood? Okay, Jim.
Thank you.
Hearing concluded. We'll call it 11:25.
You sure you've never done this before?